seven, six, five, four, three, two, one.
The clock live coverage of round 3 and 4. My co-host Mr. Rahul Banerjee will be joining us, a prolific person who's covered golf in every spectrum, everywhere, and it'll be a good learning curve for all the viewers to bask in his vast experience and gain a thing or two about what is outside the ropes of golf and how it progresses.
Thank you, Aditya, and very warm good morning to all our viewers and listeners. And a great pleasure to be here. We've already seen 2 days of action. The cut has fallen, and the surviving field is led currently by Manu Gandas, who is on 9 under par, and Rohan Dhole Patil of Pune. They are currently on 9 under par, and we will shortly see play tee off. The weather seems to be excellent.
Amit sir,
This
can you hear me?
course, Aditya, has, I think, tricked some of the players because the scores aren't really not as low as I expected.
Amit sir, the family
The
loved the
first lead
joke
off.
on
The first day we went
getting
5 under, I
crucified
think,
on
was
the
the
golf
lead.
course.
And after day 2, we are still at 9.
You can hear?
And despite being a short course, I don't think the players are really making the sort of gains that at least I expected to see when they teed off on the first day.
Yeah, that's true. But I'm wondering what's JB worried about. That Mike's definitely not going to catch what he's saying, but it will catch the smash factor which this long hitter generates. So as you can see, the players are set, ready, and edging to go off for your round 1 for the Chennai Pro Championship 2024 being held at TNGF Cosmo Golf Course. Well, yes, getting on to the note of scoring not being as low as we would have thought might be the case because this is a very narrow tree line golf course. It presents its own troubles. Yes, it has a lot of scoring opportunities, but the curves of this golf course can trick anyone and anytime. Hence, I presume the best of the best are having a little bit of a tough time in getting into deep reds, but nonetheless, we find two superstar players. One Manu Gandas, already established player, and Rohan Dole Patil trying to make a name for himself in the Professional Golf Tour of India. Rohan has had some good starts. Maybe he'll be looking to convert them and to pick up his first win ever. Now on your screens is Jabir. Jabir hails from Bangalore, and as you can see, that pro wins title hyphen over there means that he also will come out all guns blazing to try and contend and break the logjam of the two people already sitting pretty at 9 under par. He seems to have not held back on that one, and why would he? That's a beautiful camera coverage by our camera crew to catch that ball in midair and see how well Javier has driven it in the middle of the fairway.
This is a bit of a tricky hole in the sense that though it looks fairly straightforward as a par 5, uh, you have actually have a very narrow line into the green. If you stray left, you're out of bounds. If you stray right, there's a water body somewhere just to the right with a lot of trees. So I think you have to be a little careful here. And there are some holes, Aditya, on this course which have actually caught out quite a few of the players. In fact, our co-leader Rohan was 7 under par on the first day in 12 after 12 holes, and he had a quadruple bogey. So yes, like we saw just now here, this is really not that easy a course. It's very short, 6,225 yards, par 72. But the kind of that's why I brought up the point about the scoring, because somehow, I mean, given the fact that some of these guys are really long hitters, and obviously one takes for granted the accuracy of the professionals and their ability to find distances. The scores really, that's why I said I've not really seen the sort of scores I was expecting, because this is, like, again, I make the point, it's not a very long course. So, but there are subtle traps. I think you have to be very, very careful. Like, I think Badal has just found out, to his dismay, that
Yeah, Zamal also
Zaman.
pushing his ball a little to the right hand side as you see those danger streaks lurking around, and that sign of a player with which means he's not very happy with the swing he put. But nonetheless, Zamal's got some serious shot game, and this golf course comes out with open arms welcoming its players as it presents two back-to-back par fives. So big scoring opportunities to get your round in a fast start, as what Manu Gandas on round one showcased us.
That's
He fired up some deep red numbers on a lot of holes. Three eagles in one round are something.
true.
It's like hearing stories of legends being made, and Manu is no short on that. He has reached Mount Everest, been there, and established himself as a seasoned player at such a young age. Manu in the yesteryears was the leading player for the year for the Professional Golf Tour of India, and courtesy that represented and hoisted his game into the European Tour for one full season.
That's right. And in fact, in a way, this is a good step by the PGTI, because it sort of gives one guaranteed entry to the European Tour. And thereafter, it's of course up to the player to make the most of the opportunities. Like Om Prakash Chauhan this year is has gone, but again, even for a player of Manu's caliber to have really struggled on the European tour, I'm sure it's part of the learning process. It's an eye opener to tackle the sort of different conditions that you get in Europe. The weather-wise, climate, everything. There's so many adjustments that players have to make along with the golf, of course. So but it's a great initiative, no doubt, on part of the PGTI to have tied up with the DP World Tour, so they can place one player on a guaranteed basis annually.
Yes, absolutely true. Long, big strides have been taken by the Commissioner of Professional Golf Tour of India, Uttam Mandi. Big shout out to him for making not only the prize purses bigger, but also getting world ranking points so that the players can and leap forward onto bigger, better opportunities, as they say. If you have a door open, you might as well go through rather than a door which you do not figure out how to open it. So, yes, big doors are being opened for professional golf in India, and it's time to make the best of it and grab onto the opportunity. Here's a drone view of the very opening first hole. You can see those big trees. I mean, they're so big, they're casting their shadow in some parts of the fairway. So, you've got to be sharp over here. The course has not got too much length, but the greenery on either sides of the fairway can present and will lurk as trouble.
That's right. I mean, if you look, you on your left, you would have seen, that the sheds for the golf cart. That is an outbound area, and on the right, there's this line of trees. Though you can see the green, you don't have a clean line for the green from, if you go straight to there. So, like I said, there's a very narrow strip that gives you, a straight shot at the green on this hole, which can, like you said, if they're going to go, obviously when you're looking for a low number when you're playing par fives, but it can sort of lull you into a spot of danger, like Zaman has just found out. So this is not an easy course to play, I'm sure, because again, I come back to the point of the scores that we've seen so far after 36 holes. Um, Given the quality of the field, some of the players are so experienced. We have Olympians in the field. We have guys who played on, across Asia, across India, in Europe. Uh, so, and also, do you think that the redesign of the course has is a factor? Because I'm sure this field has not really played this layout of the TNGF Cosmo before.
somebody who's played all editions of this tournament till this one being played, let me tell you, this is the best layout format to begin your round off, because previously we are used to playing the first hole as a very, very daunting, semi kind of blind hole par 3 on a very, very soft, very, very undulating, unsecure target being the green. But yes, opening a hole for a par five and backed by another par five is something what you would dream as, because it can get you into red numbers very, very quickly. Now that's the ideal spot he's placed himself into. There'll be a green light swing from him.
This is the longest hole on this course. It's 533 yards. It's par 5, like Aditya mentioned.
Yes, it's a long hole, and it is almost uphill all the way to this hole. So your second shots will be of a launch pad kind of a scenario where you'll be hitting off a uphill. There you can see the boys exchanging notes about what balls are they playing, and good to see some youngsters striding long way towards their first title. Well, the Tamil Nadu Golf Federation (TNGF) Cosmo Golf Course is situated in the heart of the city and spread over 90 acres. The golf course was inaugurated in 1938. It was later redesigned by golf legend Peter Thompson. Hence, you can see those tee shots looking and appearing to be very wide and open, but as you go further away in the vicinity of 260 to about 320, where these professionals hit out, it is those are the spots of bothers. So we will be looking at some massive drives, some really good scoring happening today, but tee shots have to be in the middle of the fairway.
Yeah, like you mentioned, I mean, this has to be an interesting design because if it's 6,225 yards is not really a very, very long course given the abilities of our players. So the fact that, they're still getting caught out, and we've seen a good number of bogeys being registered over the first 36 holes, means that, the design has subtleties that don't catch the eye quickly or immediately. So you have to sort of, I guess, feel your way around the course carefully. And there are scoring opportunities, no doubt, like you mentioned. But yeah, again, a fact like a youngster like Bishmat Pal, who went eight, that's the course record. We set the course record 8 under yesterday. Actually walked into the tournament on an invitation because he had missed Monday qualifying, and after a 1 over par on of the first round, he went 8 under on the second day. So I guess, I mean, if you get sensible on this course, Aditya, I'm sure there's a very low score to be found.
Yeah, just because the golf course is short in terms of yardage does not mean that you can overpower. You still have to play some prolific golf to produce deep red numbers, as we've seen youngsters and seasoned professionals doing that. Here's a look at one of our international stars from Bangladesh, Badal Hussein. Badal turned pro in 2015 and is also searching for his very first title. Maybe it's his week, we never know. And to see how it transpires, we will be giving you live coverage from the ABP studios for the tournament, which is the Chennai Pro Championship 2024, being held in Chennai. This is the third tournament of the second leg for the Professional Golf Tour of India, as the season is up, running, and gallivanting away towards bigger, better opportunities, not only money wise, but world ranking points and earning your card. So, watch out for that race as well to be able to secure your playing privileges for the season of 2025. There you have in the background our superstar Gagan Chadda and JP trying to figure out why are the boys not teeing off on time. It can sometimes happen that on a par 5 you have that kind of an issue where we saw Zamal and Shaurya push out, they block out their tee shots. Maybe that's causing a bit of a delay.
I mean, I'm sure there are situations where you spend a bit of time even looking for your ball because uh, Chennai tends to be sort of generate. It's very lush for one thing, the course. So if you go offline and you're in the in the rough, then so you might even end up spending a lot of time looking for your ball, unless you have then you have a time limit, I suppose, till you get your next shot. So which is probably what is happening now. They're having to wait till the group in front is sort of cleared the fairway or reached the green.
Well, there you have JB after his beautiful drive down the middle will be looking to reach and land on this par 5 to give himself an eagle or a birdie opportunity. That's the advantage of being not only long but precise as JB. You can see the ball taking great flight, and we'll soon get to know where that ball has ended up. He's come up just short. Not a bad place to be. As you can see, the group ahead of them cutting across. That's another thing about this golf course. You have a few holes where you will have to be a little cautious and watch yourself as crisscrossing is there to reach onto the next tee.
So does something like that does it disrupt the rhythm of a player when you have to wait for someone to cross your fairway? I mean, you were mostly used to playing like parkland courses where you just hit long and straight and you don't have a lot of crisscross. So does that sort of disrupt your flow rhythm of the
And
game?
here's a look at the opening tee shot for Badal. Badal's generally finds the low mound area, which is the fairway, and a soft seasoned drive for him, maybe what they call these days as a fairway finder. I'm sure these two other youngsters will not be taking the Badal route and will be trying to pound this ball into another dimension.
Here's another very interesting young player. Subhash is I think one of the first pros to have come out of Nepal on a regular basis. I mean, he's doing well. I mean, he's in the top five at this event, and let's see how he goes because he's got a sighter from the experienced Badal in front
Yes,
of him.
he might as well hit a good drive because JP otherwise behind him is not going to give him a good draw the next time around. Yes, Subhash is a very sweet young guy, very soft spoken, Nepalese national, following in the footsteps of Toran Bikram and there are a few others I'm forgetting. We already have a Nepalese winner on tour. It's just slipping my mind. Bashful guy hits a country mile. We don't see him anymore on the professional golf tour of India, but yeah, we've had some very good players come out of Nepal. And here's the man of yesterday, Bisma Dilpal Singh, one of the two twins. Both these boys are out there, be it sun, winter, rain, or hailstorms. They both of them spend a lot of time and give company to each other. And most often than not, they are accompanied by their mother on the tour. So it's a very close knit family, and it's good to see the youngster performing well.
In fact, good point that you mentioned because he said yesterday after his round that his mother's been on the bag with him, and I think she came on the bag a little late. 22 holes, he said she's carried the bag, out of which he's made 11 birdies. So he says it's great having mom on my bag, and I'm obviously profiting from her presence and her calmness and whatever you have out of it. So yeah, and yesterday, I mean, it was quite an eye opener for a player who got into the tournament itself on an invitation, and having hit a 1 over par on the first day to go, 8 under on day two. It means he has very quickly sort of figured out what not to do on this. I think that's more important in a course like this, Aditya, when you need to sort of focus your game on what you should leave out rather.
They're saying is not every hole can be overpowered. Not every golf can be taken for granted. But golf course can be taken for granted. But yes, play to the best of your abilities. Stay in your strengths, and something fortunate might transpire because this game never seems to take away. Now, this is a crucial up and down for Jabir as he would want to pounce on that opportunity after that brilliant drive, and it is a very subtle chip which has put himself inside almost a makeable birdie opportunity.
Yeah, it looks like about 5 feet, which should be.
Yes, another defense of this golf course is that the greens have sizable amount of contouring, and the length and width of them are also not that massive that you might get away with errant shots. So you have to be very, very accurate. As you can see, JB giving all the respect to that chip shot, not making sure that the ball runs away, as there's a slight amount of side slope right behind the hole.
In fact, a large number of these holes, Aditya, have this, like you very correctly mentioned, the contouring. It can be very tricky, can catch you out very fast. And even the green speeds tend to be on the higher side because if it is not rained in Chennai, which is a regular occurrence, and the greens are running and if they're not receptive, then you can very quickly lose your way around you go offline or go deep.
Well, one thing can be said for certain that no player is going to say that the greens are quick or fast today, as for the last three rounds, which is round one, two, and three, it's been running at a very fast temp of 10.5. So there you have consistency from the staff. Not easy in, especially in a city like Chennai, where it can rain any time of the day. Wow, that must have looked pretty all the way until it bypassed the hole.
Looked like it shaved the hole on the high side, but then he will feel that this is a missed opportunity. Though it was a long putt, it was not a very it was not must have been 25 feet plus coming up the hill.
Yeah, especially after those two rather errant tee shots from both Shaurya and Zamal. Because it's a par 5, I'm sure they'll get away with a par, but making a birdie would be a very big advantage. Zamal giving that read all the respect it deserves, and let's presume that the result will be as desired by the player.
No, he's a vastly experienced player. He's, I think, won his national open quite a few times. And after Siddiqur, he's probably one of the most talented players to have come out of Bangladesh in the
Yes,
last few years.
Zamal, I'll get you the numbers very quickly, but I think Zamal has more wins on Professional Golf Tour of India than Siddiqur.
Yeah.
Although nothing shying away from Siddiqur, he is representing his national flag in various different tours. And there you have it, Zamal playing it to perfection. That thing which was bothering him is behind him now, and that somewhat of a big stride after that putt is not only a sign of relief but also sets the tone for the player for the rest of the 17 holes they have to contend with.
You've seen two in succession being jarred right there in front of you, which would be definitely be a relief because this is like you said, the first thing you want to do is make a good start, or conversely, the last thing you want to do is leave a shot on this hole, which should be a gain in most circumstances.
And here's the first look at Dhruv, Rohan, and the superstar Manu Gandas. Dhruv and Manu, both based out of Gurgaon, practiced in the NCR region. Very, very hardworking guys. I have personally seen them practice lights out without fail. And why not so? Because this is the time to make the most of out of their careers, and it will be a shootout from all these young stars. As you can see, Dhruv turned pro in 2018 and has got two titles under his belt. He's won on the feeder tour twice, so that's not a small feat to achieve at somewhat tender age of 29.
Yeah. No, the good thing is over the last few years we've seen a very substantial jump in the prize money, which makes it sort of worth worth the while for these players because maybe even 10 years ago I don't think the prize purses were anywhere near what they are today. And halfway through the season, if the order of merit leader has crossed the 50 lakh mark, close to, it must be a good sign for the players and sort of encouragement for the younger lot to come forward and try and make a pitch for their cards on the regular tour.
Yes, and Dhruv's balls away. A bit of a eager stare. Maybe it's a bit wayward. I hope it's certainly not in Zamal territory
He doesn't look
because
very sure where the ball is.
these days you can't be certain. He might be also not very happy with distance it's traveled. It could be in the fairway, but as greedy as any human being, professional golfers are no astray from that. You always want to put that immaculate, perfect tee shot or second shot or putt. But yes, now here's a look at a stellar resume. Eight professional wins. He's turned pro in 2015 at the age of 28, hailing from DLF Golf and Country Club. Manu Gandas's tee shot is off, and that
Rahul?
ball has found the center of the fairway. But Manu wasn't very happy with the execution part of
He
it.
took his hand off the club very quickly. Didn't look too happy with the result of that shot.
And here's a look at Rohan. Rohan, hailing from Maharashtra, will be looking to break out of the two-way tie between him and the superstar. He's going to endure, play, and maybe learn a thing or two from in the next 18 holes. Rohan, who turned pro in 2022, has also got a blank space next to the professional wins category. Maybe this is his week, or maybe he breaks through. As if I'm not wrong, Sunit Bishnoi's first win came in Chennai last year.
That's
So this golf course can produce new winners. And here's a look at Rohan. Rohan being it up on the extreme right hand side of the tee box. Maybe he wants to put a left to right movement on it.
It seems to have been a good strike because he very quickly bent down to pick up. He really didn't look too far at the ball's flight.
Yes,
Seemed to be quite satisfied with the way he had, sent that one down the fairway.
that's a great tee shot by Rohan, and equally good camera work by our
That's correct.
staff.
Yes.
All these beautiful views and some amazing golf being aired your way by courtesy AVP Live. So, if you are in the comfort of your homes in Chennai, I would request and urge and suggest that all of you get your picnic baskets up and running and get to the heart of the city, the TNGF Cosmo Golf Course, and see how well this game is being played as the superstars of our nation and few other countries are here in your city and showcasing their skills, honing how good they are. So, in case you are in and around the city, get up, get out, and go support your favorite players. And the youngsters go out and see how these superstars make their way throughout a course of 72 holes in your favorite golf course. There are quite a few new changes in this golf course, and Mr. Singh looking to hit his chip approach shot on the very first hole has just gone ahead of the hole, and he'll be pretty much in Zamal territory.
Yeah, it's almost a replica of the of Zamal's putt actually. If you look at it, but it was a very nice approach shot. I mean, he's sort of got the pace of the green and where he needed to land it almost perfectly, and it sets him up well for a birdie, opening birdie, which will very, I'm sure, sort of boost the young man's confidence. He really has not had too many chances this year. This is probably his first start on the regular PGTI tour. If I'm not mistaken. He from missed out on his Q school card as well, and he was. PGTI was very, very nice of them to give him a spot at this event, and he's actually paid off their faith, and by turning in a stellar performance yesterday, set the course record 8 under par. And he's already looking good to improve on that because he's landed his ball beautifully on this green and sets up a birdie.
Now you can see Tamang from a long way out. We could presume that to be his eagle putt because he's substantial distance away from the hole.
That was an excellent effort, Aditya.
That was a very good try. Yes, that was a very, very good try by the young man, and it's come out maybe a roll and a half short.
It's Yeah, just a couple of inches more would have made him a much happier player than he is at the moment.
Yes, as the live coverage is being aired your way, you let me give you some scores that will make you feel to get up and quickly start cleaning up your clubs. Sarthak Chibber is 3 under par for his very first 3 holes, so a lightning start by the young man, and somewhat similar starts are also by Kshitij. Now with call, he's 2 under par for his 3 holes. In the same boat is Karthik Digvijay Singh. So there are a lot of birdies out there to be made, and won't be surprised if somebody actually comes to threaten the very newly found course record.
Yeah, a lot of red numbers on the course on the leaderboard already, which is good to see. And the fact that they've also played 36 holes would have given them a very good idea of look at that. That's just what I was talking about. I mean, familiarity with the greens and pace is obviously paying off, and that was a long conversion.
Yeah, that was a very, very solid putt hold by Badal. And the walk after that putt suggested that he was maybe playing a practice round because he pretty much was in the same vicinity of his playing partner, Subhash. So he got all the read and the distance right.
It's almost exactly the same distance, and like you very correctly pointed out, he had the benefit of the read from the player in front of him.
Now, both Lady Luck and Mother's blessing are alongside this young man who's posted a course record yesterday and will be edging to hold the very first putt and carry forward that momentum which he's got. Yes, very, very nicely hold. So the hot streak continues for the young man, and that'll be a welcome birdie for him. Well, Professional Golf Tour of India has been to Chennai 6 times, and the old warhorse veteran Mr. Mukesh Kumar has won 3 times in 2008, 2009, and 16, but at a different venue. That was the Madras Gymkhana Club at Kindy.
Now that's an interesting course because it's right the race course. So you're basically you have the racetrack running all the way around, and you're playing around it. A very different, completely different from this one. This is much more luxurious, much more verdant, much greener. So, do you have good memories of having played at the Gymkhana?
Well, I have memories, but it depends on the perspective of the person. Are they good or bad? But yes, Gymkhana Golf Club is situated very close by to TNGF Cosmo. It's a golf course pretty much entirely set up inside the racetrack. You get some really brilliant views from the clubhouse, as you can see races being run all around. But courtesy as the tournament is happening, the race horses are given a break as some other stallions run around in the green fields.
Sure. And just adding to that, that birdie by Bishmat Pal has taken him, I think, into a tie for second on 8 under alongside Dhruv Shoran, which will, I think, set a very good sort of tone for him when he get an early gain like that.
Well, I thought Rohan pelted that golf ball country mile, but it seems that his playing partners are a little further away as he is the first one to go off the fairway. There's some really, really good camera work as it's very difficult, next to impossible, to catch the ball, and
He's found the green.
he's found the territory where he can pick up a thing or two from Badals. What he did, because that's a very, very mighty second shot to make it to the green. As you can see, players in the background just waiting off and holding up so that the players can hit their approach shots. Well, some important crucial decision making happening for Dhruv. I think he's blocked himself onto the right hand side. Might not have a clear line, but the aggression with the way these youngsters play, I won't be surprised if he's trying to manipulate or manifest some kind of a designed second shot towards the green.
Yeah, he will have to because this is not a good spot. There's a water body actually to his right, which you see the fringe of bushes actually hide a water body. And there's a line of trees almost, and he's made, I think he's laid up, which is a sensible thing to do because there's no direct line for the green from where he was.
Well, that was a very good chip shot from Zamal on hole number two, coming up just a fraction bit short of the desired result. And the way he plays, not wasting any time, just wedging it in with the wedge on hole number
Did he
two.
just tap it in with his way?
Yes, he did. He did.
That's confidence.
That's confidence, belief, and a lot of repetitive play with the wedge on the greens, I guess. Here's a look at Jabir on the other side of this green. He also electing to, I guess, roll and release the golf ball because he's got the entire green to work with. That ball needs to get up a little bit more and comes up rather short than he would have preferred.
He definitely would not. But do you think it's probably that the grass at the where he was playing out of probably caught his club a little bit, and he definitely left it well short of what he would have wanted from that distance. I mean, it's literally feet off the green, few yards off, and you would not be happy with that result.
Yes, JB not looking very pleased with his own effort, but nonetheless, now the bunker blast coming up on hole number two. And wow, that narrowly evades the hole. So close shaves for the young man on both hole number one and two, just showcasing how good his skill is in terms of short game. Yeah, so a quick update that putt by Padel was not for birdie but was for eagle, and it catapults him to 8 under par. There, JB looking to clean up his act after that not very clean chip as would we could only suggest from where that ball has ended up. But nonetheless, if this ball finds the bottom of the hole, the job is done. Oh, nicely made it. Just at the last roll. So Jaibir would, from what we would presume, would be has made a very good start by birding both the par fives. That's the right way to trend your scorecard into and walk onto the hole number three.
When you have scoring opportunities like this to open your round, you must want to make the most of it. Get quickly get red numbers on your card before you move on to. Obviously, there are tougher holes to come. So this must be a big sort of settle your nerves, so to say. Now you're in the sort of business end of the tournament. You're in the money rounds. You're playing for a substantial amount of prize money. So these early gains must be very encouraging for any player.
As in terms of the monetary gains, but the playing privileges that you can secure for yourself on the for the next season, or per se for a different tour, all of those make a world of a difference. And as you can see, you have two very calm, comfortable people giving you the live commentary from the AVP studios. On my right side, you can see Mr. Rahul. I think it's his first time
It's my
commentating,
debut. Yes,
and
that's right. And
looking forward to enjoy his company. I am your co-host Aditya, and we will be giving you live coverage of the Chennai Pro Championship 2024 being held in TNGF Cosmo Golf Course. It's a whopping prize purse of 50 lakhs, and we are into the business end of day three and four. So, very soon we will have a tournament winner who will be walking away with that glittering trophy. And
what we've seen already, Aditya, this the higher side of the green seems to be the favored landing spot on this opening green because though people have converted from below the hole, they're also I was from so coming down. I think it seems to be a better bet because two of them who have come down the green have converted into birdies, whereas putting upwards, we have not seen that sort of rate of conversion so far on this first hole.
yeah, that's one way of looking at it. But in the overall wholesome picture, if you look at the amount of birdies being mounted on hole number one, are amazing. It just showcases the strength of the field and the talent which is available on display. So if you are in and around the city of Chennai, march past left, right, center towards the center of the city and enjoy beautiful golf being played in your favorite golf course. Now Rohan has that as a eagle putt on the very first hole, so this can catapult him very very quickly. Narrowly shapes the hole, would have looked really nice. It was pretty much a replica of what kind of a putt which Subhash
That's
made.
right.
But nonetheless, that's a mere formality for him for breaking the two-way tie between him and Manu on 9 under par. Unless Manu has his eyes set on keeping
He definitely looks very focused, and he's been playing steady golf right through the year. Aditya, he's been has shown great consistency. He had a very good finish at the Indian Open in the top 15. I think he was 11th, and currently second in the order of merit. So he's and already has a win in this early in the season. Second in the last event in Coimbatore. So he's in a good space mentally, I would assume.
Yeah, that's true. Manu, it's difficult to gauge what Manu is thinking. We had the good fortunes of staying in and around with him on tour. You will not get a reaction out of this young man. But if you ask him a question, be assured that reply will be prim, proper, and to the point. That's exactly how he plays his golf, and very, very meticulous about everything, be it the food, what he eats, the gym routine, and the ball is away from his putter, and comes out maybe a two-roll shot.
He would not be happy with, like you're saying, for somebody who's as meticulous about his game as he is, to miss that from the distance he was putting from. I don't think he would be a very happy player.
Yeah, that's true because I remember we were at a dinner table once, and the kind of food which me and my roommate had ordered did not get the sign of approval from Manu that that's not what athletes are supposed to eat, and rightly so. You can see how well he's maintained himself. He travels with a lot of workout gear. I mean, in his hotel room, if the gym is not there, you'll always see something or therabands or yoga mats or foam rollers just lying around in him trying to stay loose or agile. So, all the youngsters watch out and learn from these seasoned professionals as to how to go about as making this into your career. Here's a look at Dhruv. I'm presuming that would be his birdie putt. Dhruv spends awful lot of time on the putting greens. His putter has not supported him as well as he would have liked, but it seems to be working this week as he is already sitting pretty at 8 under par. I think he powered through that break, gave it a serious whack, and just missed out on what he would have hoped to be a opening birdie. Wasting no time to tap that ball in and move on to the next hole. Now, after that brilliant first part from a sizable distance away, this is a mere formality for Rohan to clean up and walk on to hole number two. Yeah, there you have it. He's cleaned up for his birdie, and we will see for the very first time in this week Rohan Dole Patil from.
This is Steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Comfloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
A great supporter of all sorts of sport in Chennai over many many years, and he's put in a lot of effort into this. And the facilities inside that clubhouse, Aditya, uh, I'm sure you have visited, are absolutely top notch. You know the restrooms, the recovery rooms, they're really world class. And I mean, the match of sort of thing you would find anywhere in the world. Obviously, a lot of love has gone into making this redoing this course, which was actually stagnant for a good number of years and sort of going nowhere for a very long time. And it's taken almost 4 years for this project to have sort of matured into what we are seeing today, into a very very attractive and challenging golf course. Because, like I keep coming back to the point of the scores over the first 36 holes, we have it's testing even the best, and these boys are the best we have in India, and they are also being put on the grill, so to say. We've seen really good players make very little short little errors, which you guys I think put down to the course and the conditions, the speed of the greens, the thickness of the vegetation. The rough is quite treacherous. I mean, you can trap your club, twist it one way or another very quickly. So you have to be on your at the top of your game all the time. Here
Yes,
is
there you
just
see Badal a little bit foxed from the break. He thought it was going to break from the right, but it actually dove the other way. So, yes, these greens do present their sorcery, as they say, and trickery, but that's the defense of this game in one aspect.
this young man has been very impressive, Aditya. I mean, he's really made. When you there's something called making most of your chances. This is exactly what Bishmat Pal is doing. Bounced back from a one over on the first day, course record on day two, picked up a shot already into his on his third round. And this is what you want to see, I'm sure, as when you're part of the management and you extend an invitation to what you feel is a promising young man, and then he actually delivers on that promise. Then that must make everybody in the PGTI as well feel very happy that they did extend the offer to him and the invitation to him, give him a spot, and he's actually repaying that faith by this wonderful display of golf. Yesterday must have been a nerveless round, 8 under, like I keep going back to, is quite something on any course. Um, and the fact that he's playing against a vastly experienced field like this, you have like
And that's
Olympians.
another big part by the young man.
Another again,
He is definitely trending in the right direction. Motherly love and words of wisdom being ushered by the parent, come caddy. So there is no dearth of support in this group.
and inspiration.
Yes, in this game, you can find inspiration in the smallest particles. Maybe the putt which you saw from your playing partner, or the tee shot which is hit better than you, or an approach shot which is hit closer than you. So,
Or having mama on your back.
yeah, or having a family member on your back, definite advantage. I can only imagine if my mother was on the back, how would I be playing? I would be,
I,
I would definitely be just crying all the way.
I'm not going down that road at all, Aditya.
No, I would be crying because I know she cannot carry my bag.
Oh,
Ouch. That's
yeah.
close shaves on the very first and second hold for Subhash.
Subhash.
Subhash is definitely used to some different kind of greens. Back home, the golf course in Nepal, Gokarna Forest Resort, is something of a breathtaking venue to watch if you are there. It's got so much undulations and chill mountain breeze all around you. And
Okay, and this broke more from than he expected. I mean, his read was obviously a little less than the way.
well, those of the viewers who are just joining us, round three is up and running for the TNGF at the TNGF Cosmo Golf Course. We are presenting you the live coverage of Chennai Open Championship 2024 being held at TNGF Cosmo Golf Course. Here's a look at a chip shot coming up from Shaurya. He's hit it a little further away than he would have liked. I guess the speeds of 10.5 are showcasing their teeth. Not a very easy chip when you're especially going down grain, downhill. Like you can see in the background the amount of serious tree line which is at the back supporting the golf course. Now that those are the things which give the golf course its edge to protect themselves from people just going berserk with the red numbers. And that chip shot has again got its player, which is Zamal, dancing, leaning ever so much to make that last roll and get the ball in the hole.
So we also have a new leader, Aditya. Rohan has, with that birdie, has gone into the sole lead. He's on 10 under par.
Yes, we do
Um,
have that. I just want to figure out where is Zamal's putter gone because in the last two holes I haven't seen it. Zamal's just popping it in with the wedge. Now I can only imagine the kind of different variants going inside Shore's brain to calibrate what the break is. You can see the caddy giving him some kind of an assist that this will happen, stay with it. Maybe the player is sometimes in a spot of bother or doubt, so it's very good to have some wisdom being sprinkled in your ear by the caddy, as the caddies are local over here and pretty much can map out this green or any other green on this course in their sleep. The amount of rounds they would have seen, the amount of balls they would have seen roll on these greens are not even funny. So maybe the young man pays a watchful ear to what his caddy is saying and gets the desired result because that chip shot definitely has put him in a spot of bother. Very, very, extremely well done. That'll be a sign of relief for the young man.
a very smooth, steady swing with the putter. And the ball just went like it had been set with a tracker and went straight for the center of the cup.
Yes, there you have Jabir after those prolific early birdies on hole one and two, looking to keep the red start going. This is almost a drivable hole for some of the long hitters, and nicely done. Finds the bottom of the hole. I think Jabir has got his beard game spot on.
He's looking happy. Though
Yep.
from whatever we can see, it's really hot there. And Chennai this time of the year can be extremely warm. And yeah, we're already seeing a lot of the players, putting other than their caps, and they've got the towels over their heads to keep out the sun because it's a clear day and it's really not helping when things are this warm.
And here's a look at the leaderboard from 1 to 10. Rohan has broken out the two-way tie between him and Manu at the beginning of the round. He sits pretty at 10 under par. Badal's joined Manu Gandas at 9 under par. Jaibir making quick strides is at 8 under par with Zamal, Bismal, and Dhruv. All of them at 8 under par would be looking to move towards deeper red numbers. And at 7 under par, we have a two-way tie between Sakib and Subhash. Kshitij now with call not too far away at 6 under par. Kshitij's got a few titles under his belt, so would be a definite wild card to catapult himself into contention. He's got that strength and all-round game to put some really low numbers.
And actually, today we've seen a lot of red numbers on the board very quickly because very few people seem to have dropped shots. Even though they are well into the day with the final two groups teeing off a little while in front of us. Um, in fact, there's just two shots separate the top eight, which is indicative of people have got to terms with the scoring with the conditions and obviously making gains.
There you have the maxed out use of technology showcasing how the different players swing their golf clubs. Zamal, more of a fader, you can see him finishing a little and leaning onto his left side. That means he's got the club left behind and just blocked the ball onto the right side. Now, that's a very good athletic setup by Subhash. That last look towards the target and good way to set up a trigger for any player. Different players have their different kind of triggers and nice wide takeaway, good transition and pretty much on point as you can see how well he has separated himself in terms of lower body versus the upper body and generating that torque and power to unleash on the golf ball. And there is not much can be said about this golf swing because this golf swing delivers week in, week out. Manu Gandas just getting bigger in stature by his game and his abilities to and clinch titles at the very last moment. Manu's already picked up the trophy in this tournament. I remember the last season we were playing in Chennai and Manu was playing behind a group behind us, and pretty much inside 5 feet was everything what he was hitting. So I asked him what was happening. Manu, you firing at all cylinders? He said that's the way I see myself and that's the way I would like to play. So and that was one of the beginning surges of his last to last season where Manu showcased how good a race and how good a player he is.
And also the point you made about his fitness. I mean, just the two shots that we saw in front of us a little while ago, both him and Subhash. I mean that I'm sure the way the body is set up helps create the torque that you were talking about. When you launch into your drives, that your initial hip movement as you drive forward, it shows that the dedication which these boys have to their fitness and their physique has to be paying off, with results on the course.
Yes. Now another look at Dhruv from the bunker. Exactly where Shaurya found himself. Shaurya found a way to figure out make a birdie for himself, but Dhruv's launched it a little further away than he would have wanted. Also, our leader came up a little short with that chip. I was expecting that ball to give a death stare to the hole at least.
Yeah, that splash out from the bunker would not have pleased, would not have
Yes, that's not the result the player was
when
looking
you look for.
forward,
Yeah.
but nonetheless, the most important shot is the next one, as they say in golf, and he needs to focus on that. If he holds this putt, all's forgiven. Well, just a quick mention at what this tournament presents. It presents a whopping prize purse of 50 lakhs. So a lot of money up for grabs at different percentages. Where and how you finish after a stretch of 72 holes. We are in round three, and as they say, this is the moving day, and a lot of players are have put the step on the accelerator and are dashing forward. As you can see, Jabir and Badal both three under par for the very first three holes they've played. So that's the way to trend. And there you have Mr. Singh coming out with his approach shot, extremely short. Now that's the thing about this golf course. If you are not cautious, it's got its razor sharp teeth waiting to grab you. Different approach shots. Seems that Subhash has gone with the almighty stick on the very first hole because that's only a spot where a tee shot can end up. It's pretty much a drivable hole. A lot of players will try and do that. I won't be surprised if somebody actually holds out for the eagle with the putter.
So when you have a par four, which is about 285, 290 yards, it must be a huge temptation to go to try and drive the green.
Well, yes, this par four, if you are a sizable hitter, you can actually overshoot the green and I'm sure someone has already done that because you see all these players chipping up from various weird angles can only be because of the tee shots and the ball ending up in more of a sprayed out area. Here's a look at our leader, Rohan Dole Patil. Rohan will want to make this putt and not pick up a shot.
Oh, just got that read a little bit wrong coming up the hill. Like just left it what, 3 inches short.
Yes,
He,
that leaves the door open for Manu to quickly catch up.
there's a that pack behind them is really bunching up now. Like you said, Javier and Badal have both picked up 3 shots already inside 4 or 5 holes. And Manu is the only one who has really not made a significant move up to this point. Everybody else around him has picked up at least 1 shot. Some people have picked up three. Some people have picked up two. But like you keep saying, Manu, once Manu gets going, I'm sure we will see a very different complexion on this on the leaderboard.
Yes, here's a look at Dhruv after that bunker blast on hole number two. Let's see if he gets the flat stick working. Spends tedious hours on the putting green and has shot some very good low numbers also in his career. He's, if I'm not wrong, finished second or third in Chandigarh in the G Milka Invitational a few seasons back.
Now, he has two top tens so far this season, one in Hyderabad and at the Delhi NCR Open at the Noida Golf Course. Now, given his abilities, I'm sure he will not be happy with his current standing. He's down 23rd place on the order of merit, and this is a good chance for him to sort of make a quick improvement on that.
Yeah, it's a very good opportunity as he has found himself in the leader group and can make most of this opportunity that he's casted for himself. And there you have that putt sinking in the bottom of the hole, and our expressionless superstar Manu Gandas walks away. You can't tell by his expressions, was it a birdie putt, was it a double bogey putt, was it an eagle tap in, whatever it was. We can only wait for the updates coming online and see what he's done. Here's a look at Subhash. Subhash on hole number three after that chip would want to finally get that ball into the hole in one stroke as he's had some very close shaves on hole number one and two. Come on, young man, do the right thing and
That was a
fortunate.
sharp break.
Yeah, that had some serious space on it, but still see decent amount of movement from the right to left.
But it does give young Bhishmat Pal almost the same line. So it does give him a very good read on what the ball will be doing as it heads for the cup.
Yeah, he's holed two good putts on hole number one and two, so the stroke and the line reading seems to be on point, and why not make most of the read what he's got from the player? Yeah, pretty much exact same thing to Mr. Singh as happened as what was Subhash. So the Greens have a few tricks up their sleeve to
He
fox the players.
he will feel that pinch, Aditya, no doubt. I mean, he had, like you said, he had a good read on that. The ball actually lipped out. I mean, it went, I think, a little on the low side. and it just flicked itself out of the cup. Definitely a missed opportunity for him to make a further gain. All right, he cleans up, but he will feel this is a missed opportunity. Birdie here would have put him into a share of the second place on 9 under, which is always a good spot to be. Closer to the leader you are, the better you are. And young Tom is cleaning up over here, hole number 3 for par. In fact, Aditya, today inside the top 20, no one's really dropped a shot yet. It's remarkable. I mean, everyone's either going par or already into the right numbers. Sachin Basoya is making a big move. He's 4 under for the day. He's climbed up, made it solid, almost gained 20 places so far already. So obviously, the course is a little more benign today. Maybe the setup is the pins are set more friendly space. People are getting more access to the holes.
There you have Manu Gandas coming out with the driver on the third hole. Let's see where this ball ends up. As you can see, the most of the players are going to take the aggressive route on this hole and try and make most of it. There you have it. His ball is pretty much in a very good spot, just a little shy of the green. Maybe clipped a few branches on its way down.
And this is one of those cross holes. You can see the netting on the side because there's a
Yeah,
there's
the
a par
green.
3. I think you hit across this fairway.
Uh, no, this hole itself is a clean forward straight up hole, but on the right hand side of the tee box where Rohan is set up to hit the golf ball is the 18th green. So maybe those long approach shots, it gives protection to the player staying off. Rohan also coming out with the big stick, giving it a mighty heave. So no holding back from our leader groups as in terms of aggression and. Knowing how Dhruv plays, I won't be surprised he also does follow suit the same way.
And this tree is a very interestingly is very strategically placed if you look at it. I mean, everyone seems to have trying to find a way around it and
Well,
onto the green.
yeah, because the length of the hole is not massive.
It must be a
You,
big temptation to go for it
yes,
in one.
absolutely. I myself have never shied away from that challenge itself. But yes, what we see is the players trying to launch it way higher as there are two guarding structures in terms of big trees in front of the landing area. And not only do you need length, but you also need to land it softer over these two trees. In retrospect, you've got to be very careful that with that aggression, you do not give away your line and length for this hole.
Which is what a very interesting point you made on the previous group on this same hole. They were all over the place. I mean, you had 3 players in 3 different points of the compass, having gone for the green on this one. I suspect we're going to have something very similar with this group as
Yeah,
well.
you can see the very first ball of Manu in the front half of the green
Yeah.
and something on the back right corner where you
Right.
see that person moving
Yeah.
around.
Yeah.
Will be interesting who's got what because
This is a good chance for. This is a good hole for an eagle pickup if you have the distance and if you get your read right. And Manu's done like the three on one day on
yeah,
this course.
three eagles on one day is no easy feat. There you have a layout of the hole. It seems it don't be simplified by the look of this hole because there are two massive trees guarding the front half of the
Yeah.
green. And knowing Mr. Sampachari, our tournament director, the fringe area and the round will have some juicy, thick, rough to grab on and make that up and down ever so difficult for the players. Haven't seen him on our screens. Very sure that he's making sure that play progresses at the desired time frames. You don't want to be on the wrong side of that man. And I've had a few earfuls from him for playing slow. But that love and caring nature of his stretches forward to even if you're the leader of the tournament or a veteran or the most youngest player playing the field.
You mean everyone gets the same treatment?
Yeah, that bend of the stick, everybody has felt it.
Well, that's fair. If everyone's getting the same treatment, it's fine. If you're the leader or if you're at the bottom, if you're still getting the same treatment, then that's fair.
Yeah, that's true. He's a very fair man in terms of not only making the pace of play good, but also giving somewhat of an insight to the player how to take a relief in case they're in a spot of bother. So, big shout out to all our referees who consider this as a tour as part of their family and are very very helpful.
In fact, assisting Mr. Chari at this event are Mr. Chandrasekhar, Mr. G. Suresh, Mr. K. Sundar, and Mr. Prantor Barua, who are on the course with the boys and keep making sure all is well and tickety boo and pace is maintained.
Yes, this happens to be the home course for Mr. G. Suresh sir, veteran on our tour in terms of not only refereeing but guiding youngsters into forging their path and making their careers. I personally have a thing or two from his golf bag lying somewhere in my store because every time I go to Chennai, I'm short of a rain gear or an umbrella, and I quickly go into his car, whack it out, and never tell him. So, in case Mr. Suresh, you're listening, you know where some of your missing objects are.
I'm sure you'll be very happy to hear that and solve a few mysteries as to where did this go, where did that go.
That's from a long way out, and it's come maybe a foot and a half short for Bismal.
Ishmael Pal, in fact, dropped a shot Aditya on the that short par four. He was 1 over on that, and he would be very upset with himself. I'm sure, like 285 yards on par four if you walk away with a bogey, and that's the beauty of this course. I think that's what this will keep coming back to, that it can very quickly catch you out. On day one, Rohan Dhole Patil was actually 7 under after 12 holes, and he had a quadruple bogey. On the 13th or the 14th, and suddenly from the top of the leaderboard, he was down in 10th or ninth place. So again, right now in front of us, we saw an example of that. A young man yesterday who was 8 under has dropped a shot in very early in his round.
Yeah, here's a look at Badal on the. It would seem to be the par three, fourth hole. The bunkers are playing a bit of a trick with the pros, as usually they are very, very seasoned, and that ball ends up dancing in around the flagstick.
This was miles away. I mean, they definitely would not be a happy man after that, after trying to come out of the bunker with that result.
Yes, in general, Zamal is a very, very good short game player. I mean, we've seen him very recently hole out two putts with his wedge. So goes to say the amount of confidence he has with that club. It's about time Shaurya finds the bottom of the hole on one of these holes. Those narrow shaves need to produce some kind of a desired result for the young man. Also, again,
Just leaving the ball a little bit on the low side. He was trying to, you could see, he was trying to relax himself before he went for the putt. But obviously, but it
yeah,
is in his defense, it is still a pretty long putt.
yeah, it was a
So,
sizable putt. The length of the putt generally ends up into a two-stroke thing where you just want to Susie the first putt next to the flagstick, which he's done comfortably, and move on and have a relatively tap-in left for it themselves. That action which just transpired on your screens is the heat which the players have to contend with. You see how quickly Shaurya went into the shade after hitting that part. So the players not only have to contend with the trickery of the golf course, but also have elements coming up their way. Let's see JB making the most of it and get that fancy spacecraft putter going. I've seen a few of those. I think Sakib and Udin also have the similar putter. I remember last time around we were commentating, me and Shaurya came up with a term for this and a
on,
brilliantly
brilliant.
holed putt. I think the spacecraft is working, and I know the next object I have to whack from somebody's bag.
So when you have a putter with such a heavy head, is that easier to control, or does it take a lot of practice to master how it behaves in your hands?
Well, different putters have different tendencies. It helps the various players with different kind of path they have with their putting stroke. So I did a bit of reading on that putter which JB is using. It's somewhat gives you a better, more true roll on the golf ball. So but having said that, there are a lot of players using so many different kind of putter technology. There's so much money being spent into golf. Here's Zamal trying to also use a D-shaped putter and make most of that putt after that shot, and he will end up dropping a shot. Not a feeling which any professional golfer wants to have, especially not someone like Zamal with multiple wins under his bag.
Yeah, he will feel that has interrupted his rhythm because he was going very well up to this point, having picked up three shots. In fact, he's one of four players in the top 10 who have three birdies already inside the first four and for 4 or 5 holes. So he will feel that's a bit of a setback, no doubt.
Yeah, sure. Looking to clean up and stay at 6 under par after that stroke. Yeah, getting back to the feature of the elements this week, the players will have to contend with not only the golf course but the scorching heat of Chennai. And if that's not all, the massive gusts of wind, which will be fanning towards the center of the city, courtesy the Bay of Bengal, is also an element which they will have to contend with. As massive amount of winds can quickly get up and be in your face on this golf course. So natural.
ये रात में जो मजा है मजा ये कुछ नया नया है ये मुझको आज क्या हुआ है ये झूमता ही जा रहा है हम कहाँ है तुम कहाँ हो दिल कहाँ पे होशी
Bisleri. Drink it up.
झूम 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 बाबा झूम 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 बाबा
Oh, that's a different way of putting. No look till you hole out the putt. Now here's Rohan on the third hole tee. He's trying to, from the looks of it, make a controlled swing to flight that golf ball. Comes up just a little short. And I wonder whose golf ball is right next to the flagstick.
Yeah, someone had a very good tee shot. Yes.
That someone,
But this would be-
that someone is Manu Gandas,
Manu.
as Rohan has just swung, and Dhruv's gearing up to edge up his tee shot inside Manu. Let's see if he's got his wedge game on point. Looks like
So, what would be the choice of club on a hole of this distance, Aditya? This is about what, 130 odd yards. Would they be playing a pitching wedge or?
no, we saw both, and we didn't get an opportunity to see what Manu was doing, but both Dhruv and Rohan had wedges in their hand. So I guess it's a 52 or a 54 coming
look
out.
like a 52. Yeah, could be.
These days, most of the pros travel with at least 3 wedges in their bag: a lob wedge, a sand wedge, and a gap wedge. It would look like a gap wedge. Here's beautiful coverage of the TNGF Cosmo golf course from the drone view. So much of technology has come into play, gives you such comforting views, such easy looks at these daunting fairways while you're playing at it. Well, at the comfort of our studios, it looks like a cakewalk, but don't be baffled or fooled by what we are telling you. This golf course has a lot of tricks up its sleeve.
Yeah, remarkable. I mean, you're very correct. The technology has advanced to a point where you can literally follow individual players with individual strokes, hole by hole. It's amazing. In fact, just going slightly away from this, you've seen John Rahm was complaining about the drones hovering behind his back when he was in his last tournament. He took a backswing and he had a lot of problems. Even during the Olympics, we saw a couple of players complaining to the tournament officials because the drones were buzzing very close to where they were taking the backswings. So, but here we've seen an excellent example of non-invasive coverage. The drone is keeping its distance at the same time bringing our viewers some wonderful pictures. And this really actually is a very pretty golf course if you look at it. I mean, given its setting that is in the heart of a very large city, it's very well maintained, very green. And like you saw from that beautiful drone shot, the fairways have been mowed in a very, they've given a very patterned look to the stripy zebra pattern to the fairways.
Yes, behind the scenes work are tedious, and we never get to hear about the management and the staff which go endlessly in getting the golf course ready for a tournament condition. It's serious work. I mean, I'm sure they're up and out as for early as 4 a.m. in the morning and down there till maybe we past dusk, because such a massive property needs so much love and care and attention. You never know how much time's gone by. And here's a look at Rohan Dole Patil at 11 under par. Rohan came up a little bit short on this tee shot on hole number 3, but nonetheless, he's elected to putt it out. So this will be an interesting watch. Do you see the ball hopping a little early in its journey, and that hop has thrown it away from the intended line by the player. But nonetheless, it's pretty much in tap-in range, and now it's up to Manu if he can make most of that beautiful tee shot which he's hit. Both Manu and Rohan find themselves at the top of the hill at 11 under par. No one's letting loose or giving the other person a space or what they call room to breathe.
Yeah, no one's actually broken away. It's really tightly bunched. Both Rohan and Manu have obviously picked up shots on the previous hole, so they're on 11 under now. Two ahead of third placed Jaibir and Badal.
Now let's see if Dhruv can get that flat stick working. He's making very meticulous strokes about getting to his business, and sooner the later, I'm sure that ball will find the bottom of the hole, and it has done.
That was a good read, Aditya. Well done. You called it. He was getting his sights, I think, fixed over the first three holes, four holes, and he's finally found the cup.
Yes, I guess out of the 1,000 guessworks which we're going to produce today, some will bear result to it. That's the case of this. Nonetheless, the young man has drained that putt for birdie, and those fist pumps just go to express how what all kind of different mixed emotions were there in the bag of that player.
And Manu's now putting for the outright lead over here.
My money is on him making it without a fuss. If this flat stick starts
I'll give you a
working,
cup of coffee if you call this right, Aditya. There's just 2 out of 2 is a very good strike rate.
yeah,
I
another cup
promise.
of coffee, and I'll be myself making some wild predictions.
Well done.
Yeah, there you have it. These superstar young players have spent so much hours, so much tedious work goes behind the scenes that somewhat these kind of parts might not fall in every time, but would definitely become somewhat of a formality for them, as you say.
And these must be very nervous distances. I mean, 4, 5, 6 feet. I mean, you saw the ball actually, circle the cup before dropping. So these must not be easy on your nerves. But Manu showed no sign at all. He was completely expressionless. Just calmly went about finishing the putt, executing.
Yeah, Rohan also giving that small putt all the respect it needs so that there's no such kind of a blemish on the scorecard from this kind of a region. Well, Manu's Dandas is a man of his own, and all the respect and the care going into that very small putt by Rohan. Nicely done. He cleans up his act for par on the par 3. And they're off on to hole number 4. Manu, as we were just discussing, has already won this year at the inaugural Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2024 presented by Tolly. So he's got his first win quickly under his belt, and he's launched a top 5, top 2 all over.
Bhishmat Pal here looking to make up for that blemish, the dropped shot on the third hole, par 4. Here, nice long putt, laid up well for a lag and converted. Oh, Tamang leaving that ball just a little on the high side, shaving the cup, but not really falling. And he would feel that's a missed opportunity. Ball probably didn't break as much as Tamang would have expected it to. Right. One miss on the high side, one miss on the low side. Badal will feel that he has missed out because he had the benefit of a read from Subhash Tamang's putt just before him and from a shorter distance. I think the course is starting to show its fangs a little. And the TNGF Cosmo course requires, as we are increasingly seeing, a great deal of precision. And it can very quickly catch you out if you stray even a little bit or you get your reads not spot on. And in the meantime, Manu Gandas is in the lead from day one, either the lead or the shared lead outright. He is now at the top of the leaderboard on 12 under, having completed 4 holes. Rohan Dhole Patil is a stroke behind. And the two of them are putting a little bit of space between themselves and the rest of the pack. Shared third is 2 behind now between Jaibir Singh, Badal Hussain, and Dhruv Chevron. I think Badal will drop down a further stroke because unless that was a par. Kshitij Navid Kaul is one of the movers of the day. He has climbed 6 places. He is now with 3 under par for his round and 7 under all in all. And shared 7th place. Abhinav Lohan making moves as well. There's a good exhibition of short tracking. That ball really not going where Badal wanted it to go. Yeah, this is you're seeing live pictures from the Chennai Pro Championship 2024, 50 lakh event on the PGTI, and being played at the TNGF Cosmo, like I said, and on a course that can trap you or trick or catch you out very quickly unless you're very, very precise. And as we're seeing now, players are now starting to see that this course has teeth, and looking at the yardage books, checking the breeze. Just like you can gain shots here quickly, you can also drop behind very, very quickly. So yes, the breeze is starting to pick up as well.
That's a very nice camera angle through the tree lines, seeing what Rohan has left himself.
It's gone. Looks to have gone offline a little bit on this drive.
Well, if he's gone offline, he's done a tremendous job to have a clear line and a full swing from the middle of the fairway.
He's having to come over the trees.
Yes, Rohan's had a mixed bag of a season going on. His highest finish has been 12th at the Glade 1 presents Gujarat Open Golf Championship earlier in March, and thereafter again a good finish last week at Coimbatore 21st, but he's missed a few cuts also. He's earned reasonably good amount of money on the prize purse department, but after this week we will soon be seeing what could be his best finish for the season.
Yeah, he would definitely be hoping for better returns from Chennai than he has had in the season so far. Though he's made 6 cuts, but he's still not very happily placed in the order of merit. And he definitely would want to maximize this outing. And he seems to be on track to do that. He's playing very steady golf.
And look at the top fives for the tournament. Is Manu Kandas is clear out of the two-way tie, which was earlier in the beginning of the day. He's at 12 under par, and Rohan 11 under par, sits pretty second. And there you have Jabir and Dhruv Sharon at 9 under par. Zamal in close pursuit at 8 under par. So all the horses are up and running, and you can see the fluttering of the flag. That means the wind is starting to pick up, and it is going to be a very, very interesting rest of the round for these players, as the element of wind is something which always foxes the players in way too many tangents than one would like or appreciate.
And there's been some movement also, Aditya, and slightly lower down this leaderboard, we see Kshitij, of course, like you pointed out. Abhinav Lohan is making a move, as is Hani Basoya and Milan Soni. And we just saw both Subhash Tamang and Bishmat Pal drop shots. Badal Hussain also has dropped a shot. Both of them, I mean, like you were saying, the reading of putts on this course has to be very precise. We saw one of them in the same group miss on the high side, another one miss on the low side. Ball actually literally lipping in on both occasions. So I think that read would have had to have been millimeter perfect for that ball to have gone in. from virtually the same line. One missed high by 1 inch, one missed low by another inch. So it's really these are not easy greens. I'm sure, like, you know.
Yes, absolutely. Chennai does have its own tricks and to play around, but these players are more than equipped and capable of handling it. What's very interesting is if you look at somewhat lower in the order of the people who made cut is a man called Rashid Khan, and he's found himself in a very big spot of bother as he's standing alone 55th right now. Very, very uncanny of what Rashid Khan has achieved and done in his career. So watch out for him also to only climb upwards from here because he's got no room to get lower than this. Amongst some of the players who are basking in the sunlight are Sachin Basoya. He's 4 under par at the turn. M. Dharma, he's 3 under par after the turn. And Ravi Kumar also 3 under par for the first 6 holes. So a lot of birdies are being picked up. You can see so much red around on these scorecards that it just goes to show that the strength in the field and the opportunities are being maximized by these players on various different holes. Now, from a very far distance away, Rohan needs to be careful with this putt as he cannot afford to falter any furthermore. As quietly and steadily, Manu has made 3 birdies in his first 4 holes and has lobbed himself up to the top of the leaderboard at a standalone position of numero 1 at 12 under par. So watch out as his putter gets hot. It always gives you a sign of relief when you've already won over here, but on the hindsight, Rohan has to do all the chasing. Seems to be not comfortable
Yeah,
on
he's
this.
not very sure about his line for sure.
Something is not putting his mind at ease, but I just hope he makes a good stroke and gets the desired result on this stroke.
I think now if he makes an up and down on this hole, Aditya, he will be happy because he strayed with his drive. He was on the adjacent fairway, had to make a recovery from there, and he's left this lag pot well short. I mean, he would have definitely wanted that ball to be at least 2-3 feet further up than where it ended up.
Yeah, it didn't seem like that, but this green is something like back to front sloping green, and the surface from where Rohan started his putt is fairly lower than where the flat stick is cut out today.
And he's still putting, waiting for his partners to go for the next putt.
Dhruv again electing with the flat stick. Right, could be a right choice because he's barely off the green. Just needs to have a little bit more gas and was tracking. See, Dhruv seems to have understood the pace of the greens well now because that ball was pretty much on line and maybe 3-4 rolls short. Now here's a look at the man of the hour, Mr. Manu Gandas, who's sitting pretty at 12 under par. Art must have looked good all the way. Well, the flat stick is up and running for Manu as he has already launched up three birdies in his first four holes. And hole number five is one of the most difficult holes, and he is quickly cleaning it up for his par save. And won't be surprised if he gets the desired result. On the other side, Rohan has a sizable putt for himself on Manu. Walks off with a par on hole number five. Now, what's interesting is Manu's already a shot clear of his playing partner Rohan, and Rohan cannot afford to drop a shot as a lot of players in terms of Zamal, Badal, and Kshitij are creeping up the leaderboard to catch up with the lead. Crucial times for Rohan as this is a sizable putt. Fifth hole not only has length to contend with, but there is out of bounds lurking on the right hand side. You see that fence on the backside, and very nicely done. That's more of a sign of relief from the player and the caddy on hole number five. The out of bounds in the backdrop is very real, very much in play on hole number fifth.
Oh, he does the pace on that one really well, no doubt.
What a great shot! ருத்ராஜ் ரொம்ப டயர்டா இருக்கிற மாதிரி இருக்கு. இதோ ட்ரிங்க்ஸ் பிரேக்.
ஆனா இது என்ன பிளஸ் சைன்? அம்ருதாஞ்சன் எலக்ட்ரோ பிளஸ். சோர்வால் ஏற்படும் தாகத்திற்கு செல் லெவலில் ஹைட்ரேஷன் தேவை. அதன் எலக்ட்ரோலைட்ஸ் உங்கள் செல்களை ரீஹைட்ரேட் செய்து எனர்ஜியை மீட்டு தரும். சோர்வை நீக்கிடும், தாகத்தை தீர்த்திடும்.
சோர்வால் ஏற்படும் தாகத்திற்கு அமிர்தாஞ்சன் எலக்ட்ரோ பிளஸ். சோர்வை நீக்கிடும், தாகம் தீர்த்திடும்.
Under his title, and won't be surprised to see him pick up one more very soon as the tour has lined up tournaments till the end of this season. We are pretty much playing every week in, week out, and from the studios, we can only wish and hope for all of you getting up and getting out there to witness stellar golf being played in your hometowns. So watch out for the tournaments being telecasted, being played in your various cities, as the tour after this will be heading to JP Greens and subsequently to Hyderabad Golf Club, Isaac, East Point, Jammu, Tavi Golf Course, Panchkula, Pune Golf Club, Rambagh, Big Boy, and a few venues still to be decided, and also into international territory in terms of Dhaka in Bangladesh, where the Dhaka Open will be played later in December.
In fact, Aditya, next week we have an interesting event coming up in the form of the Legends, first ever Legends Tour event, which is going to be presented by another legend, Jeev himself at the JP Greens, also co-sanctioned by the PGTI. So that should be an interesting change from the schedule of whatever we've seen up to this point. We will see some great names of the past, putting out their golf on show, which will be. I'm really looking forward to that as well, for sure. Definitely, given the quality of players who have been, greats of the European Tour, the DP World Tour in the past, who will be playing. Jyoti Randhawa is in the field. Jeev, of course, is going to be there. I think they're giving another 8 or 10 Indians will get entry to the event. This is going to be next week at the JP Greens.
Yeah, we will witness some very, very prolific names, very, very established players. Mukesh, Digvijay, Singh, Harmeet Kalo, Rohana, Vishal Singh, Vijay Kumar. These are all stars who have leveled up the playing field every time they've teed it up. And between them, countless wins are under the bag. Yes, and it will definitely be an interesting watch as you see Dharma's chip shot getting a little bit more cautious than he would have thought. The ball didn't break towards the hole as he would have expected it to. Well, that's a good roll on the golf ball. Always fun to see it roll and sink at the bottom of the hole. That's one of those new age putters again. There's something in the putter. I know where to grab it from. Jabir, wherever you are, please be very careful about your bag. Some items might very soon be missing out of them. One in particular.
And every converted putt, Aditya, I'm sure, brings a sense of relief to the player, even if it is some 2 and 3 feet, to make sure the ball is firmly at the bottom of the cup must, make you put you in a good frame of mind, walking off to the next tee box. And we've seen some really good putts being made, long ones, and we've seen some really bad ones as well. Not bad, unfortunate ones, because there have been misses from 3 and 4 feet, the ball lipping out on occasion, staying short, running on a little more than expected. Like at the beginning, you pointed out, these are tricky greens, and all of them are contoured. So you don't have, I don't think there's a single flat green at the TNGF Cosmo at all.
No, not that I recall of. And that's one of the major parts of defense which the golf course has for itself. And adds so much character to this game. There you have Dharma looking to clean up after that not very desired chip which he hit from the front half of the green. Usually very strong with his short game. Has numerous wins under his bag, and let's see he gets the desired result with that flat stick. Nicely done. Or maybe I was wrong. That ball wasn't that far off. Think something was deceptively eluding what I saw. And here's a look at Amardeep Malik. Amardeep coming up from a fresh hole in one in the practice round on the last tournament. I remember seeing PGTI putting up a post on that. Too many hole in ones being holed at the wrong time. I remember the week before that, Digvijay Singh, Digraj Singh had a hole in one in Mysore. I definitely have a thing or two to remember about that. They should definitely give out hole in one prizes for practice rounds. A hole in one is a hole in one whenever it's hit.
Yeah, I'm the sponsor. I'm sure we'll have something to say. Particularly if the hole-in-one prize is a 30 lakh car, they'll probably not want to hand out prizes for practice days as well. Maybe they can give a little bonus. Yeah, but
Something or the other has to be done about it because I've had two of those in practice round and it's not a fun feeling.
oh, no wonder you feel the pain. I understand.
Here's a look
Where
at
you're
our
coming from.
yes, very very sad. Here's a look at our leaderboard. Manu Gandas breaking away to 12 under par for sole lead. Rohan Dole Patil at 11. Dhruv also finds himself at 9 under par. Alongside is Zamal and Badal giving each other company. Both Bangladeshi nationals have figured out a way to contend with this golf course. Both are at 8 under par, and in close pursuit is Kshitij Navit Kaul alongside Abhinav Lohan at 7 under par. Aryan Milan and Hani Basoya all at 6 under par. Still early days in terms of the moving day round 3 for the Chennai Pro Championship 2024 held at TNGF Cosmo Golf Club. Well, the price purse is quite a substantial one for this event. It is 50 lakhs and the format is stroke play. So big gains to be achieved by players if they can get the desired result from their game. A big shout out to our tour partners Tata Steel, Nissan, Bisleri, Amrutanjan, Electro Plus, and Rolex. Without the support of these big brands getting involved in this sport, it won't be easy to not only get hefty, mighty price purses, but also to encourage youngsters to take this as a career and make it as a living for what they want to. So, very big shout out to these big brands and also our PGTI partners, Golf Plus Monthly, Athletic Drive, and Golf Design India. Sponsorships take a very critical role in this, as without the support of such massive brands, and not to forget AVP for getting us the live coverage of every tournament round being played on the professional golf tour of India.
No question. I mean, there's been very high quality coverage, Aditya. Like we've seen, good mixture of, we had actually had a little demonstration of tracker technology as well on show on our screens a little while ago. So yes, definitely. I mean, again, to the point of sponsorships, it also helps to bring these events live to a viewing audience, which for many years in the past, on the Indian tour at least, was not possible or not there. Now, off late with the AVP, stepping in, and the PGTI is sort of taking the initiative to actually bring this, put this live on the put live pictures out, which is another very big step into my mind, to making not just the game and the money available, also the fact that it's a platform, it's a visible platform for youngsters to be seen, and sometimes that's a very big thing. I'm sure, like you will know.
Yes, I remember. I remember coming to Chennai for a tournament where the prize purse was 20 lakhs, and vis-a-vis 20. I mean, prize purses were not that much of a thing in our brain at that point of time. But now that when you see prize purses getting up to 50 lakhs, 1 CR, yes, it's a very lucrative and mouth-watering treat. And here is my next putter in the hands of somebody else. JB holding it out very smoothly.
I think you have decided, Aditya. Each time you put your eye on that putter, it's just sort of underlines your determination, I think, to get your hands on it as quickly as possible. But in the meantime, there's a very interesting trend developing. Hole number 6 has seen people drop big numbers. Two triple bogeys, one double bogey in the top 20. In fact, among the guys who were, Jaibir has dropped 3 shots on that hole. Shaurya Binu, who did so well, who's been actually had a revival in his season recently. He's dropped a double bogey there. So slowly, this course is starting to sort of bear its fangs. Those who are able to keep their heads down are making good progress, but those who are a little errant are paying a price.
Yes, hole number 6 has its mighty fangs out and has claimed quite a few victims. Well, the tricky part about that hole is that it's a very narrow laying up area with the tee shot, and it's pretty much a blind shot if you pick up anything above a 2 iron, because you have to shape it left to right or take the out of bounds lurking on the right side into play. And thereafter, the target where you hit the green is very, very narrow and is surrounded with out of bounds pretty much all around on that hole. So extreme caution needs to be taken care of that hole. As you can see, triple bogeys, double bogeys, bogeys is a very common factor on that hole. I mean, somebody or the other is definitely dropping a shot on that. It'll be fun to watch what our leaders have to say about it. And here's the Olympian man Udayan Mane on your screens at 4 under par. Finds himself in a bit of a spot of bother. Yeah, that spot of bother is for somebody who's maybe watching or commentating for because Udyan made it look very, very simple. He gave a real scare to the hole.
He shaved the hole as it went past. Very close. And we've also seen now there's Manu and Rohan Dole Patel are starting to put a bit of space between themselves and the pack behind. Manu is 3 up, and Rohan is 2 ahead of the next 2, 3 players.
Well, if there is somebody who can break away from the log jam, it is the man who already has trending his round in the correct direction, which is Manu. And Rohan, Dhruv all still need to launch up their first title win, so that added pressure is never an easy monkey on your shoulder. But nonetheless, you have Kshitij Navid Kaul and coming along at 7 under par with Abhinav Lohan, Zamal, another youngster who is making big strides for himself is Aryan Rupa Anand. Aryan is 4 under par for a stretch of 12 holes. That's trending the right way.
Bogey free too. I mean, that's quite a rare,
Yeah,
rare
but
sight.
having said that, Aryan Rupa Anand after that very good start for the day is still at 6 under par. That's too far out for somebody who's at 12 or 11 or 9 under par respectively. There you have Sakib lining up his ball. Sakib also has some kind of a different putter. He had the same putter, but I think he's changed it.
Also, you can see from his shirt the sweat patches. It's becoming a really hot day, even with the breeze. It's Chennai can be ferociously hot, particularly at this time of the day between say 9 o'clock and 1 o'clock. It can be very testing. So these is also must be a test of your fitness. I mean, the fact that you are playing in this intense heat and you have virtually 10 hours to recover and be back on for yet another day. So I'm sure your fitness and your nutrition levels, your rehydration, these all must be very sort of equally important to alongside your game.
Yes,
Conditions like this.
that is very very true. These conditions are very very severe, and playing week in week out is just a test of your not only perseverance but also how good and well have you conditioned yourself. That's why they say fitness is very very important. And if you look at the holistic view of what's happening on PGTI every year, pretty much every venue is experiencing a two shot difference in terms of lower scorings. So for that, you have to be not only A plus with your game, but also have to be extremely fit to contend and compete. Forget contend, just to compete week in week out.
One thing you can do, just take your club and keep it across your shoulders. It's just hands going up. So if you can rotate your body a bit, then you'll get more length, and then that will help you hit longer. Come this. So this shoulder has to be behind the ball. Come back, hold the club. Just feel that much rotation in your backswing. Better. So as the club go higher, you have to move it more left, more towards the left. So 8 iron just left of center is okay. So maybe a 6 iron will move here, 5 iron, 4 iron, like wood will be here. This is okay for 8 iron, and let this hand be over the ball. One thing you can do for sure, driver, is get the ball position more to the left and get this right shoulder down. Yeah, this right foot has to put it back. Feet to let it be aiming the ball. Yeah, feet together ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ square ಆಗಿರಲಿ. Shot. Very nice. Center of the club. Yeah. Nice. One thing you can do is let your feet be more square. When you do feet together, let be aiming the ball. Shot.
Gives you a real perspective of how this game is played and goes about to be played. So yeah, so it is a good way to give back and open up a lot of doors for the near future.
And Aditya, let me tell you, as a hacker, there is no greater pleasure in rubbing shoulders with a well-known golfer. There is bragging rights. You go back to your next day to your group, and I actually spent 2 hours with
So and
Yasha's
so.
number 3 or number 4 on the playing list. Aditya gave me some tips. I've learned this little trick from him. So these are very big things, and they really mean a lot for people like I said, who hack their way around on a daily basis, who are actually in a way the real backbone of any sport, and particularly of golf.
Yes, any trip and trick coming from my side will only be making you gain shots, not drop shots. Let me tell you that.
It's not that, it's the X factor of telling your friends, I spent time with a pro. I played 18 holes with a pro. That makes a lot of difference for people like us.
That is true. Now here's a look at Badal from a long distance also. Now look at the amount of contour he's got to contend with. Yes, this is a reasonably short hole, but nonetheless, that's left to right, uphill, side hill, downhill, and now see how quickly it's getting away from the hole.
But all said and done, I think it seems that it's a pretty good putt, given the fact, like you're saying, that's extreme contouring. This used to be, if I'm not mistaken, the old hole number 1. The one you, which is a sharp dog leg left. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a sharp dog leg left. The fairway you see in the backdrop caters for hole number 6 and 7. Same fairway, but greens are on different tangents.
So before this clubhouse was made, Aditya, this was hole number 1 and 18 in the old layout. This is where you teed off from and when you finished.
Yeah, you when you.
I'm talking about many
Yeah,
years ago.
I know. I can only imagine that many years ago. But here's a look at
It's
Mr.
wonderful.
Singh making that extra gesture to make that ball curve in. The antics
That was a that
we
was a
all present and do to just get that desired result.
that was a good putt, no doubt about it. It was really, really close.
Yes, now that you've mentioned about that clubhouse, I can recall seeing that structure way behind the sixth green in the backdrop. You drive through the highway and towards that lane and inwards.
That's right.
Well, I'm sure the boys would have let loose and put their feet up during the wee hours of night at the Marina Beach. Found some great viewing sites to leisure up after the tedious amount of work they have done. Marina Beach is simply magnificent. It stretches so wide in a distance of 6.0 kilometers. That's some real long real estate.
It's one of the world's longest beaches, actually. And there's a lot of development that is taking place in Chennai at the moment, including the metro, which is being built along the beach. And there's one corner which used to be a fisherman's village, which is now being developed as a eating spot in a very, very big way. It's almost like Singapore, and along those lines, they're doing a lot of work. Good work is happening in that town. I studied in Chennai, so many years ago, of course, long time back. So I'm very familiar with the town, and it was good to see the kind of changes. Also, at the same time, it's become very crowded, but yeah, there's a lot of development happening there. And yeah, another look at the leaderboard, and again, you can see the gaps starting to open up now. There was this bunch of players who were all on 8 under who have seemed to have just fallen away.
Yes, hole number 6 is claiming
It's,
quite a few
it's
victims.
claiming a lot of victims. Yes.
I mean, Jabir was at one time sitting at 9 under par. Now look at what has just transpired over there. Here's a look at Lohan from the middle of the fairway. That famous roundhouse finish of his.
No, he would not be happy with that finish for sure. And you would feel he could have got more value for that shot. He's gone way left of the
Yeah,
pin.
in general, Lohan's wedge game is pretty much spot on, but we all have one of those iron shots coming out sometimes the other. But the good thing is, at least he's on the dance floor, so
Yes. In
he's
fact, he's having a good season. His career has seen something of a revival in the last couple of years. He's had good results last year and this year both.
yes, Lohan won the Gujarat Open at Lead One, so they're also. A bunch of us got gone there, and on the beach side, we wanted to have some coconut water. We sat down on those plastic chairs, and I remember distinctly, if I'm not wrong, it was Sudhir. He sat on one of the chairs, and it broke, and then he tried to talk to the lady who owned that place, and then within minutes we realized that it's becoming a dangerous situation, and we had to do cat and mouse run away from there because we couldn't for our lives explain the logic why the chair broke, and she really wanted to be paid for that broken chair. Here's a look at Zamal. Zamal, in general, is very, very tight with his short game. So let's see where this ball ends up.
Again, I mean that's a ship he would not want to repeat.
I think the commentator's curse has become something what of a realistic thing.
It's a real. I believe me. I think I've been watching a lot of golf, including you guys on this channel, and it is a live beast. The moment you say good things about a player, something very nasty is going to happen. So I try and I've been just staying quiet whenever you use.
Yeah, what's interesting is Vikrant is still figuring out his backswing on the walk towards the ball. So there you have this game just never lets you in a comfortable spot, or it's never too late to learn or pick up a thing or two. Vikrant, a very seasoned professional golfer, has had some very, very close shaves. Now it's up to Zamal to get the putter working and escape with a par save on this hole number 8. Wasn't very happy with that chip effort. And as the round progressive, the hole number 6 has claimed another victim. Rohan has ended up dropping a shot on hole number 6, which means Manu Gandas is now 2 shots clear. So from being tied at the beginning of the day at 9 under par, he finds himself 2 shots at 12 under par now, which is 2 shots clear of the chasing pack. So somebody has to get their act very quickly up and around, because not only Manu himself is a dangerous player, but a 2 shot deficit is a sizable amount.
Like they say, moving day is a significant day. So, and if Manu makes seems to be moving in the right direction, whereas those around him who were close to him when the play began today, when they teed off, are slowly falling behind.
Yeah, on the moving day, most of the players have made a good charge in terms of being red under par. Nobody more so than M. Dharma. Dharma has at the back of 3 birdies and an eagle count himself right now, sitting pretty at 6 under par total, also 6 under par for the day, and he can definitely make it more better. Nashorya to clean up for his par attempt on hole number 8. There you have this. He's got that tendency. After he's almost ready, he has his right hand coming off and back onto the putter grip to maybe give himself a little bit of.
What was your quirk? I'm sure everyone has a little. What was your last? Did you do anything to relax yourself before you made a putt? Was there any action you
Oh,
took?
I had too many antics, too many things going here and the other. Whichever one stuck which week, God knows. From pulling an arm sleeve to praying to the gods to whatever. Nobody better can to describe it is Mr. Sampachari, because whenever you have that idle time between tee shots, he will keep mimicking from the side that you forgot your routine. Do this, do that. Yeah, too many antics. Whatever works. That's a good reminder. I'll figure out a new one for him if I get to play Vizag. That's a quick roll in to tap it in for par by Jaibir. And Jaibir will be looking quickly. Oh, that's a nice big smile after a while we've seen from Jaibir. Normally a very quiet, shy person, keeps reserved to himself.
He will feel much relieved after that. He dropped 3 shots on 6. So to get a shot back, he would definitely. No wonder he was smiling so happily, because it must have come as a big relief to him.
Yeah, that from that long distance out, you can see the commitment on the player's face, like what you just experienced with Lohan. From that far out, he wasn't content that the ball didn't find the bottom of the hole. Goes to show the amount of focus and intent which needs to be presented, and the caution which has to be taken into account. Normally, a very, very strong putter, Lohan doesn't leave anything to chance. And here's a look at our leader, Manu Gandas. What is that pose called? I don't even think I can get into that pose
Called
anymore.
focus.
We got to come up with the name for that pose. It's something close to what Camilo used to do on one foot, the Spider Man. I'm sure Manu's fit enough to do one of those. But yeah, he's doing the right things. He's blemish free, 3 under par for his round. And let's see what he has up his sleeve. And drove in for a bit of a spot of bother on hole number. Sorry, that's Rohan on a spot of bother on hole number 7. And a close look at the top 5 on the right hand side of your screens is Manu at 12 under par, Rohan 10 under par after 6 holes, and Dhruv at 9. Now, there's the drop after that where there is nobody at 8 under par, but at 7 is Kshitij and Milan Soni. So Rohan cleaning up for his par attempt.
We are third of the way through the day for the leader group, and Manu Gandas is starting to put some space between himself and the rest. He's 3 under for the day. There have been others who have climbed up the leaderboard. Kshitij Naveskol has picked up 3 shots so far. Milan Soni has picked up 3 shots. Abhinav Lohan has picked up a couple. But at the top, it's now Manu Gandas who's slowly pulling away with the. I think the pressure is Aditya seems to be getting to the others because it was much more closely bunched over the first 3 or 4 holes, and all of a sudden there's daylight now between the top and even the those in third and fourth place, the 4 and 5 shots behind.
Yes, that is true. Manu is forging his way ahead of everybody else, and that putt has come out substantially shorter than he would have expected. But true, Manu has broken out of the two-way tie into getting sole lead of the tournament. And what's interesting to watch is that can he make this as his second win for the season and climb further up on the order of merit and contend and chase his most of the times roommate Veer Alawat. Both practice at the same facility at DLF and would have had countless rounds together. So interesting watch where both the friends trying to contend and pip each other out. At the moment, Manu is a few lakhs short in chasing up Veer. Veer had a stellar performance in the Indian Open and surge leap forward, or whatever you might want to call it. Took number one spot for the season as of right now and sits pretty at 88 lakhs, and he's still got so many tournaments to go. So rest assured that barrier of the highest earnings for the season can certainly be broken, as the tour is going to be traveling to quite a few events. They have substantial amount of money left to be played for, and Tamang from the exact spot where Udyan was has also hit a good chip. Now let's have a look at what Badal has to contend with. Do you see when the player is putting his wedge down and the wedge is almost sitting, vanishing completely? That means
Into the grass here.
yeah, the rough is sizable. Maybe that's what's leaving those chips a little short. Let's see how Badal contends with it. Yeah, but he's got the distance a little bit more, but do you see that small jab after that chip means that the grab was way more than what he had thought? Maybe kept the club face a little bit open and didn't let it turn enough.
Looked like it got stuck also. The club face looked like it was too open. But interesting that you pointed about Manu and Veer. Manu is at the top of the order, and here Veer is down in, I think, 21st or 22nd place. It's just about going along at level par for the day. Yeah, he's in a share of 21st. I had a stellar final day at the Indian Open, no doubt. We were there and watching him finish coming home. That home stretch was remarkable.
Yeah, I remember back. I think we were playing. We were playing. Yeah, we were playing Chittagong Open in Dhaka, where I was rooming with Veer, and we were playing the practice round. Me, him, Naman Davar, and Manav Jaini. He hit one of the tee shots, and it flew past mine and Naman's golf ball. And both of me and Naman were looking at each other. Should we beat him up or should we hang our clubs? Because that ball had some serious hang time on it. He uses his levers and speed to such great lengths that any hole is a dwarf when he's all guns blazing.
The given the fact that the Indian Open is now a fairly lucrative tournament, even the field is a decent one to say the least from the European or DP World Tour. So to contend and to take a top two finish, top three finish, and in that field, and highly creditable and look, it's like you said, it's put him on a long way in front in the order of merit. That figure of 88. Also coming back to that point, the last couple of year on year, we've seen the record for the highest earnings being broken, and here Badal going for a hoping to close out this hole. He seems to have gone off the boil a little bit. I mean, he was playing such steady golf, opened with an eagle, but all of a sudden, we're seeing him drop shots in the last 3 or 4 holes. He's dropped quite a few and fallen off the pace.
Yeah, that's the irony of this game. You can never be very sure of what's happening as it comes and bites back very quickly. Now you see how much club faces is being opened up by the players Amal over here. That means he's got very less to no green to work with. Launches up really high, and yeah, he missed it. He short-sighted himself pretty much on that approach shot, and vis-a-vis has a sizable
Yeah,
par attempt.
this was a difficult recovery anyway. With the pin being so close to where he was, he had literally no room to play with. And I guess in that sense, you would say he did well not to let the ball roll too far away. Having kept that club face open as much as he did, it still rolled on about 6, 8 feet past the flag.
Yeah, that is true. Now I wonder what's the conversation between Jabir and his caddy going on because they seem to be on a lighter note after the treacherous sixth hole. Well, the tour travels to JP Greens for the next venue, the Legends Tour, hosted by Mr. Milka Singh. Thereafter, we will be traveling to Hyderabad, Telangana Golconda Masters, followed shortly at Vizag Open at East Point Golf Club. Now here's a look at Shaurya trying to, I presume, is his birdie putt on this hole. We've seen very few birdie putts coming up on this hole.
Yeah. That seems to have stopped in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, that can happen if the grain is against you or you haven't figured out what the trickery is for the particular hole. And after East Point, the tour will be traveling to Jammu Tawi. And here's this look at the split screen live feed. One has Jaibir, and live feed two has Mr. Singh. Both of them are trying to figure out the difficult contours of the Chennai Golf Club.
Great coverage, I think. Lovely camera work. Look at this.
Here you can see on your second live feed, Mr. Singh trying to figure out the contours we're using in point technology. And now Jabir about to pull the trigger with that magnificent putter, and let's hope he finds the bottom of the cup. Yeah, maybe roll and a half shot. Yeah, getting on to the point where the tour is going to be traveling for the rest of the season. It after Vizag, they head to Jammu Tawi for the J&K Open. Thereafter, Panchkula for Haryana Open and the beautiful Pune Golf Club for the Pune Open. And after that, the Pink City awaits the players at Rambagh for the Jaipur Open. And thereafter, they'll have to contend with serious wildlife at Digboy for the Indian Oils Over Masters.
Have you ever been chased by an elephant at Big Boy, Aditya? I believe they do come down to the course occasionally.
Yeah, they have these escape tracks running vertically in between the fairways on that golf course. The big trenches where you can just jump in and save yourself in case that happens. But we've had some elephant sightings at Big Boy where we have seen some of our players also trying to get a video or a photograph out of it. Not a very smart thing to do though, but yes, they have. I remember once we were staying there, and I think Dipinder Kullar, Chitrajit Kalra, and Mandev Patania tried to get up close to the elephants and reached all the way up till the clubhouse just to see that.
Never a good idea.
Never a good idea. And here's a look at our leaderboard. Not much has changed after Manu Gandas has taken up the lead at 12 under par. Rohan is 1 under for his day and 10 under par total. Drove 9 under par third. Kshitij and Milan Soni have climbed up at 7 under par to find themselves tied at fourth place. And thereafter is the log.
Who have not yet dropped shots, and of course Manu is gone bogey free so far. Dhruv has a clean run.
Here you have a look at Dhruv out of that bunker, giving it a mighty heave. And he's done well for himself as that is inside what presumes to be 6 feet. But you can see the wind catching up. So that factor, you see how the not only the flagstick but the trees in the background are fluttering so strong. That's a very big variable, and it will play havoc on the players' minds because sea breeze is way stronger than rest of the golf courses breeze which we feel. But it comes in gusts and not very friendly when it's there, especially when this one side you're getting sea breeze coming in towards you and then it recoils and ricochets off those tall apartments which we've been seeing regularly.
Yeah, that's a very good point. In fact, with otherwise, what would have not been a natural flow of the wind through the trees is now being, sort of directed by those high apartments and office buildings that are surrounding the course. So would, I'm sure, throw off, calculations of the players. I mean, you feel the wind is going one way, but if it gusts and goes the other way, then you're suddenly a shot down, or your ball is not going where you want it to go.
Yes, and here's a look at our leader Manu Gandas in a bit of a spot of bother.
Splashed out beautifully.
There was again a spot of bother for the viewers and the commentators because Manu nearly hold that. So
That's why he's in the lead, right?
yeah, top marks for that. It's just a little too hot. Maybe got a bit of a strong recoil of the flagstick. Interesting times for Rohan as in one way he's just two shots off, and in another he has to catch up those two shots because Manu is not going to let off steam the way he plays.
It's also a very difficult spot, Aditya. He's right up against the edge of the rough. So would that interfere with with his putt stroke?
It would definitely
Is
would
he-
do that, but I'm sure he's practiced that numerously to not be much of a factor. I guess
it's
he
a great try though.
underborrowed the break on that one because for the distance department he's spot on. Maybe three rolls ahead of the hole. So
Left it just a touch too high, but it was a good effort, no doubt. Given the fact that he was coming off the literally off the edge from the verge, right up against the rough.
this can be a very critical hole in terms of the tournament lead as what would appear to be as Rohan has hold out for his par and somewhat of a knee knocker left for our leader Manu Gandas, who's at 12 under par on this hole after that very, very good bunker shot. And I mean, I personally feel there is something about those par saves, putts, maybe even if they are 3 feet in, they are more of a tester than a 3 foot birdie putt. Because you know at the end of the day, you can drop a real shot over there. Per se, if you don't hold that birdie putt, you just stagnant at that number. You're not dropping anywhere. That's one way of looking at it. And first up is Dhruv Sharon after his bunker approach. I think it's about 6 feet left. Nicely done. He's hold it out.
A very good point, Aditya. I mean, you're so right. It's the par saves that are so much more testing than because like you have the on a birdie putt you have the cushion of at least walking away with a par. Whereas if you're trying to get up and down, you are just in that sense this was a good, very very good putt. No damage to your card essentially.
Yeah, a drop shot can be, somewhat of a handbrake in terms of what if you were accelerating in deep reds and can throw the momentum in a different tangent. So let's just hope that that's not the case with our leader, and all things become sailingly well for him as he holds this putt very shortly. Extremely well done. He is the leader for no short reason, which means he walks away with his par attempt. It was a very surprising setup, Manu, with narrow feet, and it'll be interesting conversation with him. Why this sudden change? Because he's
What's the usual stance of someone who's putting? Does it change with the distance of your putt? Or if you're making a short putt, you keep a narrower stance, and you're taking a longer putt, or is it always fixed?
well, the thumb rule, general consensus, and primarily followed by everybody world over is a similar standard setup every particular time. There you have it, the maximum use of technology, giving you exact swing paths of different players who likes to go wide, who likes to get a little more behind, or whatever. Different players, different approaches, and very unique, individualistic golf swings.
Yeah, it's that drop of the club head at the top of the swing, Aditya, that every amateur would die for, but we can never ever achieve.
Most likely, everybody does achieve it. The only issue is the club head definitely drops for everybody. But
Not to this extent.
yeah, exactly, not to this extent. But what's important is when it drops, I don't think I have seen anybody finish like that. Rohan,
Except Scotty Scheffler
even Scotty Scheffler doesn't finish like that.
or Happy
It's the wrong leg moving in the opposite direction.
or Happy Gilmore. He does. He used to do it in that movie. I think every shot of his was the leg was flying all over the place.
Happy Gilmore had too many things flying here and there. The coach's hand.
Oh, by the way,
golf ball.
they're coming up with the next. They've announced
I've
that
heard
the
about that.
second is finally on the way.
Eagerly awaiting
Yeah.
that. But here's a look at Dhruv with his approach shot. Ninth hole is also claiming a few victims, but Seems to be no problem for Dhruv as he's hit a good approach shot in the heart of the green. So, gauging from what has happened on this hole, this will be a left to right movement. It's a very interesting hole. You have to perforce lay up on this hole with a 5 iron or a 6 iron because there's a bunker in the middle side where it catches the golf ball, and it's a very, very narrow opening for the fairway for a driver. And the OB lurks on the right hand side, and massive tree guarding the right hand side of the fairway. So the best approach on this hole is like a 5 iron or a 6 iron, depending what you hit, to about 190 yards, and then take on the flagstick with your approach shots.
Also, I've noticed everyone is playing a little safe and keeping the ball short. No one's really even attacked the flag because I think there's a very nasty backstop to this hole.
Yes, either sides of this hole, there is a spot of trouble. There is a slightly elevated green on this one. So if you have missed yourself on the wrong side, like Zamal did, if you remember on this hole, it's a virtually drop shot confirmed.
I think this is exactly what you're talking about. Narrow approach. Just play safe. Keep the ball short. You can walk away with an up and down from here. Then I think you're happy.
Where you have the live leaderboard, where it seems to be the case that Manu has dropped a shot on hole number 8 and come closer to the chasing pack. So that means that putt which he did not. But that was a bogey putt, that means. Because he did hold that bunker, that putt after that bunker blast. Maybe a Aaron T shot put him in a very big spot of bother. Nonetheless, it's opened the door slightly more for the chasing pack, as Rohan is now only one shot away and Dhruv subsequently only two shots away. So it's interesting times happening on the moving day. Let's see who can make the most of it.
So the pressure is beginning to tell on even on the coolest of customers.
At the end of the day, everybody's going to drop a shot here and there. To get a clean card and walk away with a clean card is virtually impossible. It very seldomly happens, and if that does happen, you would end up being at the top of the leaderboards more often than not. Such is the case with M Dharma. Dharma 6 under par for his 12 holes, clean as a whistle, that scorecard. Such also on that note, Kshitij Navidkol is 3 under par for his stretch of 12 holes. Clean cards are something what we all dream for, but both. No, sorry, not both. There are a couple of players. Harinder Gupta is 3 under par with a clean slate as of till now. Ajay Basoya is 3 under par with a clean slate. So, yeah, there are people contending with it. Even Ravi now is at 5 under par after a stretch of 12 holes. Do you see that fence with the white stripes on it? That's the out of bound fence, very, very close by. And that's why I guess you have to be very, very respectful with this hole. It's not the length of this hole, but the lay and the danger lurking around. So, from a sizable distance, Manu's putt, oh, he's lagged it to near perfection. It's maybe a foot short.
Very good effort, no doubt. Yeah, like it was. Everyone was playing safe on this. No one's taken a chance. Everyone's kind of let's just walk away from here
Yeah, hole
with a
number.
par. They'll be very happy with that. It's a fair return on this hole. It's a good effort though.
Yes, hole number 4 and hole number.
6.
Yeah, hole number 5, 6, and 9 are the holes which are troubling the players on this front 9. This can be a very critical hole as after that drop shot on hole number 8, if Rohan can hold this, he will see himself back to 11 under par and back in joint lead with his playing partner Manu Gandas. So let's see how this ball rolls out. That's as close as it gets without getting to the bottom of the hole.
Really just a knock in.
Yeah,
It was a good putt. I mean, from that distance,
that
very
was a
good.
great putt from that distance and could have given him joint lead had it been half a roll towards the right hand side. Those are the margins these guys have to play with. Even one simple dimple roll can change the life of a player at a given point of time. We've seen that way too many times. Look at what Veer did when he was playing the Indian Open. That eagle catapulted him towards number one spot, and now drove after that very good approach shot. Also, somehow that golf ball finds a way to evade the bottom of the cup.
Just shaved the cup and on its way off.
Well, it was a sizable putt. He can give himself
Yeah,
a
but
little bit
sometimes,
of slack on missing on that putt.
yeah, sometimes converting a putt like that can be a huge momentum shift. Can be a game changer. I mean, if you look at it that way, the fact that you can nail a putt of that distance.
Yeah, if a putt of that distance falls in, it gives you a big stride
Yeah.
forward and helps in calming the nerves and definitely looks pretty on the scorecard.
Yeah, and particularly when the leaders himself just dropped a shot, so sort of it's an extra incentive to. Sure, it adds a bit of.
Now, what's critical is this return putt for him because somebody who's chasing the leaders cannot afford to falter up furthermore. As Dhruv's got a clean card going up till now. He's one under for the day and nicely cleans it up for his par attempt. So with the half of the field covered up, sorry, the entire field has covered up half of day's play, which means 9 holes are done and dusted. We have a one shot difference between number one and number two spot, respectively, is the case with number three also. What seemed to be becoming a sizable gap for Manu has now reduced only to a mere stroke. He's at 11 under par in hot pursuit with his playing partners Rohan at 10, Dhruv at 9, and Milan seems to have dropped two shots. Something has happened. He's now at 5 under par as Kshitij is standalone at fourth position at a score of 6 under par. Then comes a bunch of players at 6 under par: Saqib, Lohan, Badal, Bismal, and Shaurya also seems.
Live pictures coming to you from the Chennai Pro Championship 2024. This is day 3, moving day. The final group has also made the turn. So we're into the last 9 holes of the day.
Well, honestly, I love the game. It helps that I played on this course a lot, so I love seeing how the pros get out of situations, handle certain situations, play certain holes. I love seeing the skill on the short game. And there's just so much, there's so many different aspects to golf that you can't get enough of it, and I clearly have the bug. And it's just fun. It's just fun to watch players come out here, battle it out, play great golf, and there's a few guys who make it to the next level. The respect for what they've had to go through, I really understand that, and just a fan of the game. So unfortunately, I did not start playing golf when I was younger. Kind of explains my swing, which is definitely something you don't want to follow. But I love the game. Started it probably 8-10 years ago, and it's just been a lovely ride. I started off as 20 handicap, or slowly coming down now, single digits, and just enjoy playing the game. I just love it, and any time on the golf course is a good time. That feeling when you hit a couple good shots that will bring you back to the course, that's 100% real. And my favorite club in the bag, I think that changes. Like I said, because of the handicap that I'm in, I would say my 9-iron. I like chipping with my 9-iron around the green. There's some beautiful courses in India. I love the one here in Chennai. I love playing in Kalhar in Ahmedabad. That's where I've met a lot of the players, and I've seen a lot of the things that they go through in practice and training, and spend some time with them. So that's been great. And I like playing at KGA. I like playing in Calcutta. I mean, honestly, the fact that we're getting nicer courses in India, more accessible courses in India, I think that's really good for the game. Definitely not serve and volley. I was a baseliner, drive, chip and putt. I can't say that comes naturally either. But right now in my life, I think I would, 4 hours on a golf course is something I really look forward to. 4 hours on a tennis court can be very torturous sometimes. So, I guess you know which one I'm leaning towards.
And it's been a bit of a testing stretch for most of the field in the last half hour or so. With the wind picking up, you can see now there's a increasing number of blue that's dropped shots on the leaderboard, and Brashwar Pal doing a good job of coming off the apron of the green with his wedge. Set up what should be a fairly short conversion.
Well, Dhruv's ball seems to be in a rather precarious situation. You can see how deep that rough is. You can barely see his feet. This is a very good camera angle. I mean, the drone shot on this gives you a very, very pretty picture, comforts of where that golf ball is going to be launched into. But to find that comfortable spot, that tee shot needs to be in prime position as rightly hit by the player.
Also, it's a little deceptive, Aditya. If you look at it, this looks like a very wide fairway, but if you look a little more closely, you can see the first cut is actually quite close to. It's not really as wide as it first appears. Both the first cut and the second cut don't seem to be obvious when you first look at it, but then it suddenly shrinks the fairway by 10 yards. 5, 5, 6 yards on either side.
Yeah, that is true. But once you're getting these visuals on the TV screens, it looks so not only pretty but so easy and calm. So great camera work on how to see it from a aerial point of view. Not easy to get the drone stationary to get those visuals. Whoever is piloting it has done a tremendous job. Now here's look at Muhammad Azhar on hole number 7. Azhar seems to have left it very, very short. Azhar's home course is Dream Valley Wooty, and the green speeds over there, I remember in the beginning of the year, was somewhere close to 12 when we were playing here. On the other side, Amar practices and plays at Noida Golf Clubs. He'll be pretty much familiar with this kind of a green speed. Roughly, Noida plays to about same green speeds, and in general, Amar's backed up a very prolific career on the shoulders of his flat stick. Yeah, you can all just experience the pain that what manifested in front of our eyes, how Amar leaned up.
You could almost see him trying to push the ball back onto line as it broke away.
Yeah, there's some way or the other, just make it find the bottom of the hole.
See, that was our leader coming out of very nasty lie and getting a superb result from the look at where he's laid up the ball. I think just literally few feet from the pin.
Yes, the 10th hole is a very, very interesting hole. Yes, the 10th hole is a very, very interesting hole. The few ways you can play it up. You can quietly lay it up with a 7 iron, have a small flipped wedge in, or you can take the mighty heave ho with, depending on your length, with a 3 wood or a driver and drive it onto the green. What lurks for this hole is it's a two-tiered green with severe front to bottom elevation change, and the out of bounds lurks very close, maybe about 10 yards off the green onto the left hand side is out of bounds, which is basically the practice range. So you've got to be very careful with the mighty clubs coming out of the tee shot, because as we just saw Manu hitting a chip from a very precarious lie, Dhruv also being in a spot of bother. So there is extreme risk and little reward on this hole. But with the length and the accuracy these days the players experience, I would rather not see many shy away from there. You see how much that ball moved on towards his lower side.
Yeah, but with a 267-yard hole, Aditya, powerful. Why would you not go for it? I mean, it's the most. It has to be the sort of most tempting thing on earth. I mean, you want to try and hit the green in one.
Yeah, that is true. You would want to hit the green in one, but if you do not hit that, the up and down from either sides, barring the front half of the green, is next to impossible. So you've got to be very, very careful of the choice of weapon which comes off your for your tee shot.
Oh, that's it.
And now that you see the wind fluttering also, so basically, if you want to stop the ball on this very small pasture of green, you'll have to contend or start your ball on the out of bounds. There you see how far out that shot had gone from Manu, and what a brilliant recovery shot he'd hit. So that birdie means Manu has put himself on back to 12 under par, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
There's another view of the picturesque TNGF Cosmo Golf Course. There is something about these aerial shots which make the things look so pretty, and they can see how these balls are not finding, as Mr. Gilmore say, go home ball. You find the bottom of your hole. Are you too good to be going home? If I'm not wrong, that's the line, or pretty much the gist on the summary of that movie. It'll be interesting to watch if it comes out as a second series of it.
And apparently, a lot of
I think he'll be doing the same thing. What will happen next week? He'll be playing the Legends Tour this time around. All these beautiful drone shot visuals or the live coverage is brought to you by the media giant AVP in collaboration with Professional Golf Tour of India. Big shout out to these very big shout out to these brands for coming up and joining hands in not only just supporting but bringing live coverage to your comfort of your house and being able to see what's happening in different parts of the country where the Professional Golf Tour of India travels week in, week out.
And it's a couple of the groups coming to the end of their rounds for the day.
Yeah, it's good to see the players showing courtesy of acknowledging each other's gameplay by a pip of the hat or a handshake or a word or two of, because the journey is the similar one. Everybody has to go through the stretch of 18 holes. How they go about it is their point of view. But yes, it's great to acknowledge what's happened.
And also, I'm sure given the heat, you can see how hot, you can feel how hot it is. All of them must be very.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects two parts of a thriving city where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
With tomorrow. So whatever shortcomings, whatever folly what they feel needs work will be spent under this scorching sun of Chennai.
One good point, a very good point there.
But at least the wind is up, so there will be some kind of a relief for the players. It's better to have the wind up than any no wind in such a blistering hot sunny day.
That's the balancing factor in Chennai. For all the heat of the sun, you will have this breeze that picks up as the morning progresses, and by post noon, it will definitely be a full fledged blow. But at the same time, it could also affect your game. So it's a kind of a mixed blessing. It eases up on the helps with the heat, but can interfere with your game, or you have to change your game plan a lot.
Yeah, how pretty it looks from this aerial shot is not even funny. You can see those big, massive trees guarding either sides of the fairway. That's the defense system of this golf course, where only fairway play can be rewarding. If you're slightly off wayward, if your targets, these trees are a real threat which you have to contend with. And here's a look at the tennis courts on the right hand side. If you're done with golf and I've got any kind of energy left, I recommend go test your skills at the tennis clay courts. Very difficult to maintain clay courts, and the background is the new clubhouse with its various amenities to entertain yourself, and a look at the first tee. It's a massive first tee.
A big tee box,
Very,
yes.
very big tee box. Very rare do we see such big tee boxes. Yes, what there's a bit of a glitch on the scoring. We can now see the hole-in-one prize, the magnificent, glittery Nissan Magnite up for grabs. I can only imagine if I was playing and I had a hole-in-one. Would I rather continue the hole or the round, or sit in the car and chill? What would my point of view be? I think I'll sit in the car and chill. But I don't think you get the car unless you've submitted your scorecard. So we'll have
So
to.
you have to carry on playing.
You'll unfortunately have to carry on.
You can't run away with the car right away.
Well, if running away with the car was a possibility, I'm sure somebody would have already done it. But yes, here's a look at the live's leaderboard. Manu Gandas has catapulted himself to a whopping 13 under par. And Dhruv and Rohan at 11 under par, followed by Sarthak and Subhash Tamang at 7 under par. Shaurya Meenu 6, Kshitij Navid Kaul, Udin Mane, Shaurya Bhattacharya and Zamal all tied at 6th position.
So, here you're seeing a clear gap now, Aditya, between the top three and the rest. It's Manu, Dhruv and Rohan in one group virtually, you can say, and
Yeah, so as we were mentioning that the 10th hole can be risk and reward, and both, I mean, nobody's made best use of it other than Dhruv. Dhruv has made a eagle on that, courtesy which he finds himself at 11 under par alone, and Manu, after making that birdie, is now at 12 under par. So it's a one shot deficit between first, second, and third, respectively, and then a sizable gap between the logjam at 7 under par and respectively bigger jam up on the score of 6 under par between the players. Now it's time for Rohan to use up and max out to catch up with the leaders, as he's two shots adrift from Manu, whereas he had started the day at 9 under par, tied with the leader at 9 under par. There you have par 3 11th as sizable length and a very narrow target. I remember hitting like about a 5 or a 6 iron into this par 3, and look from how far out Rohan's first putt has come up, and it's changing elevation also, as it took a serious dip down towards finding the bottom of the hole. I mean, it didn't find the bottom of the hole, but there was a serious drop in that golf ball in terms of elevation, and vis-a-vis the other way opposite is Dhruv will be going all uphill. See the amount of jab he's given to that part.
And look at the wind. I mean, if you see the flag on top of the pole, you can now actually, it's almost standing horizontally. The wind is now. Does does a heavy wind actually have a role to play in on the putting surface?
If the stimp meters are somewhere close to about 11, 12, yes, it definitely makes a difference. And Chennai is already playing at 10.5, so yes, people will caution. I mean, they will take wind also as a variable in terms of putting, especially if you're going against or with the wind. You'll get that extra one or two rolls which you want or don't, either or. Here is a look at our leader, Manu Gandas. We're presuming that is his birdie putt. I think it's going to substantially break from the left for him, from the angle which he's putting into. Left to right break would mean that, I mean, for a right-handed player, left to right break is the most difficult read. I don't know why, but we all seem to struggle with left right, and right to left comes easily to us. Yeah, you see that ball still, even after that amount of break which he's catered for, still came up a little on the hind side.
I think now with the wind blowing as it is and the course getting tighter and tighter, if you walk away with a par, you'll be pretty happy. And if Manu, particularly now that he has even if the cushion has come down to one after Dhruv's eagle on the 10th hole, he would still be. He would prefer to walk away with a par. It's not a, like you said earlier. It's not a loss. You're not leaving a stroke on the green behind.
Now, this is the hole which presents the beautiful Nissan Magnite, as the hole-in-one prize. Stylish, powerful car, and though for those who don't know, till a season back, this used to be the opening hole, first hole. I mean, in the backdrop is where the makeshift clubhouse used to be, and this was the first hole. You actually have to hit a par 3, 7 iron or a 8 iron, depending on your length and the wind, over the out of bounds, and the green is surrounded by out of bounds on the right and the backside of it.
Yeah, I think there's a river flowing through, right? At this point, you
No,
have to hit over the river
it's not a river.
or a nala.
It's a drain. It's a drain. It's a drain, and also a small driveway for the cart paths
Right.
to cross over. So not an easy tee shot, because the width of the hole is very narrow, and this also again is a slightly elevated green. So if you miss out on the wrong side, saving power can be very, very difficult. That's a very good bunker blast from that far out.
A very pretty splash out. And a
Yeah,
good result as well. I mean, he's been high.
his pin eye barely 2 feet away uphill. Well, while the players are contending with what's happening at the top of the leaderboard, we have Pawan Kumar, who's retired for some reason, but still amazing and baffling my brains at least is what's happening with Rashid Khan's round. And I don't think I've ever seen him at the bottom of the scoring table. I'm sure the kind of player and the talent he is, where the very next week he might be contending or lifting up the trophies. That's the way he's gone about it, and that's the way he has always played. So expect no surprises on that department. Maybe he's having one of those fluke weeks. Better to get it over and forget with. Here's that old war horse of ours, the Indian Open winner, Mr. C. Muniappa. I remember comfortably sitting in the and watching him lift up the title at the coveted national title, the Indian Open at DLF Golf and Country Club, where he made his up and down from the back end of the
Was it the
par
year
five.
it was interrupted by fog? They had to reduce the number
I
of
think it
holes.
was a few years ago. My memory is
Yeah, I
not as
think,
sharp as that. But yeah, it's always a great feeling when you see a domestic player winning their national championship, and none so more deserving than C. Muniappa. Recently struck by back troubles, he's found his way back in. He had a very, very prolific uh, career, but a back problem has been troubling him, and such is the case with Mr. Shankadas. Shankadas has got some serious titles under his belt. There you have both Shankar, Yashas, and Simoniappa coming to a close of their round. The customary cap off, shake hands, and a few words of being exchanged about how the day has transpired. It's funny how all these three players would have gone through the stretch of 18 holes in a different way, but they can still share a smile or a laugh and a light exchange of notes of how the day has gone by.
Yeah, ultimately, it's good to remember it's a game. It's a sport. It's only a game, and life goes on outside of the golf course as well, side by side.
Yes, it is a statement which we quite often keep saying. It's just a sport, but having lived this for about 16 years as a career, it's more than a sport. It is the only thing which you can eat, breathe, and think of. I remember going to my room and my roommates, and we discussing endlessly about something or the other. That shot here, this shot there, could have happened, might have happened, should have happened. All the conversations are centered to that, unless it's time to doze off and the next obstacle awaits you.
Yeah, we see Rashid is, I think, coming to the end of his round. He would want to forget a day like this very quickly, and like you said, put all this behind as fast as he can, and
Very good to see Mohammad Nawab after a while. Let's hope he makes this lengthy putt on hole number 7. Substantial break on it, and to add to his troubles, that ball even rolled over his playing partner coin mark.
Marker, yeah,
Yeah,
bumped on the way, which is
that's what exactly is what he's saying. That ball
very
slowed
unusual.
up.
Probably, stopped him from going straight into the hole. Yeah. Just seemed to have thrown it off the trajectory a little bit. Ball stopped underneath.
Yes, very very rare feat when you see a ball rolling over your playing partner's ball marker.
So normally, would you have asked the person to sort of shift his marker this way, that way? If you feel it's on your line, you're allowed to do that, right?
Yes, absolutely. You can ask him to move as much as you want, but maybe he didn't presume that the ball's going to break that much or whatever happened. But not only courtesy sake, you are within your rules and limits to ask your playing partner to move that obstruction.
Right.
So the rules of golf do give you that privilege. Oh, very nicely hold. I think that's Yuvraj, if I'm not wrong, where you have see the amount of deflection which that ball has taken and slowed it substantially has left Nawab with a sizable par attempt. Yeah, that's not a nice feeling to have a three-putt bogey on any hole is one of the worst kinds if there was any. Never want to make a three-putt, especially if you are a professional golfer and this is your way of living. Now here's a look at the top five. Not much has changed in top at the top, where Manu still sits pretty at 12 under par. But there's been a bit of a side shuffle as now Dhruv Sharon finds himself at 11 under par instead of Rohan. Rohan's at 1 under for the day and 10 under par. Here's a look at Shaurya Binu. There you have a look at the Pro Tracer technology. You see how different players have taken different approaches. Dhruv with his wood and Rohan quietly placing it into the fairway with a iron. This will be all out for sure. Yeah, very good use of technology. The Pro Tracer technology gives you the exact shape and apex of how the ball has traveled. And this is the tricky 17th par 3, which used to be the first hole. There you have in the backdrop Kshitij now with Call's bag and his flamboyant caddy with the glasses on. Vicky's seen quite a few players in his day. He used to be Shubhankar's regular caddy till a very long time. I think he's traveled with him on a few European Tour tournaments also. Let's hope the caddy fortunes rub the same way for Kshitij, and we soon see him also traveling on bigger, better tours. In fact, the merger with DP World Tour has brought in so many opportunities for our players to make money, sizable money, and get world ranking points and playing privileges on the DP World Tour. I remember I just met up with Om Prakash. Currently, he's been traveling all over the globe for playing the European Tour events. So the point of discussion which we had was, can you survive just the extremities of weather over there? Because playing with 3 layers of clothes on can substantially decrease your swing speed, your endurance to outlast that extreme weathers. Remember, he was wearing 3 layers of clothes at roughly around 12 o'clock in the summer of Ahmedabad and still hitting golf balls. So I asked him, "You're preparing for where?" He said, I'll be traveling to Denmark this particular week where they are playing. So here's hoping him best of luck at Denmark as the Denmark Open starts off today.
Yeah, so sure it's an adjustment at so many levels, not just the playing conditions, also the culture, the food, all of it must be a uh, big jump from what you if you're playing more or less on the Indian circuit and you don't play too much. And now you don't play so much in Asia anymore, so it's going to Europe is a much bigger jump than it used to be.
Exactly, extreme conditions to play with, different kind of golf courses, what we were used to, different kind of grains which we were used to, different kind of lengths which we are used to. So yeah, that is true. And here's a look at the order of merit leader and Veer Alawat lining up his birdie attempt. What seems to be the 18th hole, if I'm not wrong. There you have the Olympian in our field, Udyan Mane. I don't believe what I've just seen. Generally, he is spot on with his short game, and even he's seeming to have a laugh about it. How he's left the ball in the sand trap. Very, very rare.
And this is what he was looking to do in the first. Even now, I think he looks to have overrated a bit, probably as a result of the pressure that he created on himself by toughing the earlier shot.
This game is all about controlling the different variables to give you desired result, and unfortunate times can happen to any player. As we just saw, somebody of the class of Udyan Mane struggling in the sand trap. Normally, that ball would have danced right next to the flagstick.
Certainly, the pin positions today, Aditya, seem to be a little less harsh because you're not contending too much with sloping away or towards the hole, and by and large, they seem a little more accessible than the first than they could have been otherwise.
Well, general thumb rule which is followed over and is also, I know personally, abided by Mr. Chari, our tournament director, is six easy flags, six difficult flags, and six moderate flags. That's how you spread it out over 18 holes. Now, a hole like 14th, which is a slightly uphill straight par 4, Mr. Chari has, I think, given the most easiest pin position on this hole onto the right hand side because this green is somewhat of a, no, it is actually a two-tiered green, but if you're hitting your shots from the fairway, the ball would funnel towards the right hand side because there is a slight tilt on from the left hand to the right, left side being a little higher.
It's also a very long green.
Yes, it is a lengthy green. If you can find the fairway, you are merely left with what, a gap wedge in. That's what's surprising is Jabir's balls found its way substantially away from the hole.
Oh, that's a good effort from where he was, right at the edge of the green. So after that initial burst of birdies, Aditya, no one seemed to have broken away from it. Here we see Jamal is lining up what should be a birdie putt going downhill.
That's the trend of this golf course. The opening stretch gives you ample opportunities, but then you have to steer your ship very carefully around the stretch of sixth, seventh, eighth, and even ninth. If you look at the general perspective of scoring, this is where people are dropping shots left, right, and center. I mean, we have the best of the players who are coming up with eagles, birdies, and then their race towards the top is getting a bit haltered, as too much say. These holes need a very, very, watchful eye, and you cannot try and overpower them. I mean, if you would walk away with a par on hole number 6, 8, and 9, you have done yourself a big favor. Because if you look at it on hole number 6, we've seen double bogeys, triple bogeys, so many shots being dropped up. If anything, this putt for sure should break reasonably from his left to right. If my memory serves me right, this is a left to right putt, slightly uphill. Yeah, barely moved. I guess the pace on that putt was good enough to not let too much break happen. But Caddy is happy with that putt. I wonder what Mr. Prabhash Thakur is running away around a bit. Pravastik is of the Professional Golf Tour of India, is all the live scoring updates which you see come along is good to see him.
Yeah, this is another example, Aditya, I think, of the point that you've been making about the contouring of the green. That looked like it was like almost falling off a cliff at one point.
Yeah, it did. It did. Now this is Chandigarh lad Rajiv Kumar Jaitibal on hole number 7. What's interesting is both the Chandigarh lads have found each other in the same 3 ball. Harinder Gupta, a prolific winner on our tour. He's having a bit of a rusty season this year, but mostly in and around inside the top 10 if he's not picking up titles. Likes to move the ball left to right and is very, very aggressive with his gameplay. Let's see what he does with this part. That will be quite painful. As in terms of my fellow co-host, Mr. Amit Dhube likes to call it daylight robbery. Well, those of you who are just recently joining us on the live telecast of for the Chennai Pro Championship 2023, we are mostly done with more than half of the round, and we can now see Manu Gandas at 12 under par, 1 shot clear of Dhruv Sharon at 11, and further 2 shots clear of Rohan Dole Patil, where he started his round in contention with Rohan at 9 under par. So the lead has changed, and you can see on your screens at 12 is Manu, at 11 Dhruv, Rohan at 10 under par. Badal has climbed up to 9 under par, and Kshitij, Abhinav Lohan, Shubhas Tamang at 7 under par, and Sarthak Chibber has climbed up to 6 under par. In fact, he's completed his round and is submitted the scorecard. So has Rupa Anand at 5, RN Rupa Anand at 5 under par alongside Saurabh Binu. These are the live telecasts of the Chennai Pro Championship being held at TNGF Cosmo Golf Course at Chennai. The prize purse for this whopping tournament is 50 lakhs and the format is stroke play. All right, here's a look at Zamal electing to chip it from way back in his foot. So I guess he's trying to run it up as much as possible. Not a bad idea. It's just about missing out on chipping it on hole number 15. 15th being a difficult par 3 has posts its own challenges.
Yeah, that was strange. I mean, this is so far back in his stance, but he did very well then by.
Yeah, in general, he's extremely talented when it comes to short game. Sometimes the only thing, if I could say, a chink in his armor is his putter. Somehow, sometimes I've seen him play. He just underhits putts a lot, and it's time for the next choice of club in my bag to perform to the best of its abilities. Come on, Javier, hold it in. You have very few days left with this putter. Make the most of it.
It's let you down this time.
It's not let me down, it's let him down.
No, no, you've been calling it right so far. And this time he's missed it. He's missed by a mile. He
Yeah,
not only left it low, he completely misread the pace of the green. He's gone what 8 feet past, 9 feet past.
he's gone a little bit further away than he would have liked it, but Zamal seems to be in a rush to get on to the next tee shot because he didn't even wait for Javier to plant his marker back, pick the ball up, and he was ready to pull the trigger for his putt.
It's quite possible that the heat is getting to them now because it's now coming to past midday, and the sun is going to be at its hottest right now. Even with the breeze and all, you will start to feel the. So keeping yourself hydrated at this point in time, the caddy will also, I'm sure, plays a very major part in this, and make sure that the player is has a regular supply of electrolytes or water or whatever they are consuming to keep their fluid levels up.
Yeah, you can't hydrate yourself enough, and it's fortunate that we have Amrutanjan, Fruitnik, and Bristlery on board to give us that required hydration.
It's another very tricky putt.
Yes, Badal plays with the conventional classic putter, and in general, he's a very good putter. You see how he's lined up that ball with a straight line facing towards his target line, matched with the club face, and does exactly what it was supposed to do. Sends it in the bottom of the cup, and you move on to the next hole. Made it look so simple. Now, this is a bit of a tester for JB because he quite literally hammered that ball way past the hole, and at least on the plus side, this should be now a downhill putt, which would move reasonably left to right on him. That's what I think. Yeah, they didn't
He
contend
left
enough.
it too low. You're right. He left it low and it's crept past just at that edge. He will feel that is a missed opportunity, no doubt.
A drop shot with a putter is most agonizing, painful thing you can ever experience in this game. Or maybe it's a shank. Or maybe it's hitting the hazard. It can definitely be hitting the out of bounds though. But taking all the negativity away, here's to hoping somebody claims this magnificent.
ये रात में जो मजा है मजा ये कुछ नया नया है ये मुझको आज क्या हुआ है ये झूमता ही जा रहा है हम कहाँ हैं तुम कहाँ हो दिल कहाँ पे होश ये
Bisleri. Drink it up.
झूम 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 बाबा झूम झूम झूम
Roll as the greens would have hardened up and will be difficult to keep the ball next to the holes, and the wind is also up, so quite a bit of things not going the way the players want to. Well, we had substantial amount of top names, including Veer Alawat, Manu Gandas, Rashid Khan, Karandeep Kochar, Chikka, Shaurya Binu, and Uddin Mane beginning this week. And rightly so, Manu is one of the guys who is at the top of the helm. Now joined with somebody who will be trying to pick up his first title is Dhruv Sharon at 12 under par. It's still a three-man race between Manu, Rohan, and Dhruv, where Rohan is two shots away from Dhruv and Manu, but great work by Dhruv. Dhruv's got a 4 under par blemish-free round going as he's caught up with his playing partner and is now finds himself at the lead. There you can see all three of them walking up towards the fairway after they've hit their tee shots on the 14th. 14th is a realistic birdie opportunity right now with the where the flagstick is located, and guys who are already sitting at red figures will try and greenlight it with their approach shots. But this is, as of now, unless somebody makes a charge, the three-man horse race for being set up for the final round also. There you have on your screens Anip Basaya unperturbed with whatever happens throughout the day. He just likes to keep
I remember
playing really fast and really
a
quick.
lot of the reporters who came for the Indian Open were fascinated by his name. They kept asking, "How have you got this? Does it mean anything? Is there a particular reason that you've been given the name?" So he spent a lot of his time in the press conferences just trying to explain, no, it's just a name. There's no khas reason why honey. But I know all of them were very fascinated. There's 2 or 3 reporters who came for the Indian Open from Europe. They just loved that name. Kept asking the same question. What is the reason? Why is this? And he was very cool about it all. Handled it very well.
The kind of person Honey is, if you ask him too many questions, he will definitely turn into bitter and then explain it to you. He's got a short fuse and
But he controlled himself very well in front of the press that day. I have to say that. I mean, since I was there, I can.
I'm just joking. He's a very sweet guy, and I like to keep putting him on the spot just to edge him around. I remember one of the weeks we were playing in BPGC, and he was there about contending in. So I was getting ready and getting out of the change room, and he was sitting there, eyes closed, meditating. So I've got a photograph of him doing all of that while all the nonsense inside the change room is hustle bustle is going. He's calmly sitting, meditating over there. I got a photograph of his in my phone where he's doing all that, and I keep pulling his leg. Without meditation, you will not be a professional golfer. Recently married, so I think some kind of calmness will flow into him, whether it is with choice or not. But you can see the immaculate fairways where the stripes get a little darker and a little lighter. So if it's dark, that means the grain is towards you. But if it is dark for us right now, that means Dhruv is actually hitting with the grain. So with the grain, it's always easier. With the grain, the ball just pops up a little bit. As you can see, Rohan acknowledging and appreciating that good approach shot from Dhruv. Manu seems to be way ahead of where Dhruv has hit his tee shot. So that means, and I remember driver coming ahead of that tree. So it could be Dhruv has hit a 3-wood and Manu's hit his driver. You can see how that ball of Manu is in the darker shade of green. That means he would actually be hitting it against the grain. No, but if we are seeing the grain on the darker side, that means it's with him. The grain's with him. You see that different variants of green, light and dark?
Yeah.
That's what it depicts. If it's light, that means it's with you. The grain is running towards the hole, and if it's against, that means it's way darker. But with a wedge in, I would expect this to be somewhat, if not actually be inside where Dhruv's ball is ended up. Both these boys are at 12 under par and are at each other's throat now. There you see Manu has launched it way high up in the air, and both of them have got the flag covered from different tangents. So Dhruv should have a simpler of the two. He would have a uphill left to right, whereas Manu would have a slight downhill right to left on live feed one. And there you have yesterday's course record holder, the current course record holder, Mr. Singh on live feed two.
The young man is not having a great day today. He's 1, 2, 3. He's dropped 6 shots. He's picked up a few, but he's also dropped
So
six
he's too
shots
over par
today.
for the round, which
Oh,
is not what he would have intended to. But it does happen in this game after a big day. You are generally looking to repeat your heroics, but sometimes it does not happen, and you actually trend the opposite direction. But he's too young to
so
let.
for a younger player, do you can that happen? I mean,
It generally
you
would happen with a younger
put yourself
player.
under pressure to try and match the previous day, like that sort of an approach.
That is definitely true. As a younger player, you are a little high on adrenaline all the time, a little high on aggression all the time. So, as we all have faltered in our younger days, or let's say, have made decisions which didn't fan out to be as fruitful, it is you're more susceptible to such kind of trouble.
Inconsistency can happen because of this approach.
Yeah, it's definitely a variable which can keep you troubled and. As we see, our leaders have found the way onto the 14th green. You can see Dhruv trying to figure out how the ball is going to roll by those small hand gestures, visually imagining what the ball is going to roll up. Different ways for each player to get a visual feeling of how the ball is going to track towards the hole.
But definitely Gandas on this hole would feel that he could have done better because his drive kind of narrowed the angle, I think, on his approach, whereas Shivran had a better line onto the green. He kind of reduced his options because he had this thick collar of rough right in his line,
Not only that, the angle which Manu was coming up, he had to flight the ball way higher
way high. Yes,
because he had lesser green to work with
exactly.
and a shorter distance. At short distances, it's difficult to control that much amount of spin.
Which is why I was surprised that Rohan ran this ball on so much further uh, than Shoran did because he had that space to play around with.
हेड टू टो करो उधर से बॉल आती है उस साथ नहीं होता है यार मैं मेरी लग रही है यू नो
Steely focus from the man who lives in Gurgaon and is At currently tied at 12 under par. Big break left, right, and extremely well done. He has hold it. That means he would put himself at 13 under par.
Dhole Patel will feel that's a missed opportunity because he made a great go at it, putting from the corner of the green, and he literally got the ball till the edge of the cup. He will definitely feel that he could have picked up a shot here. Tries to close the gap onto the leaders, which is now two shots. He's two behind Shivran and Gandas, who is now, I think, putting. Also has a body putt, but not a very easy one. Though he has been given a good read by Dhole Patil from the pretty much the same line.
Now all eyes on our leader Manu Gandas. Let's see what he's got to reply back. This is the first time somebody's going to overtake him in the course of play for today. Unless he can answer back with the flat stick and make a birdie of his own. Man, that had some steam on it. I think he's rammed it at least 2.5, 3 yards by the flagstick. So, not only Dhruv has picked up a shot, unless Manu makes this putt, we could have a sizable difference in the lead.
Two shots swing right there, if
Yeah.
possible. Which is why I said Dhole Patil's putt was impressive because he was coming off the collar, and his putt stopped right at the edge of the cup. Whereas the leader Manu Gandas has, like you pointed out, kind of almost like blasted it past.
Yes, but Manu was contending with that French collar, what we were discussing before. Maybe something was bothering him over there because it's absolutely uncharacteristic of Manu to hit a putt of this wayward magnitude.
Now comes the pressure that you were talking about, where earlier you're playing to pick up a shot, now you're playing to save a shot.
Yes, golf is a funny game. Does so much havoc and trickery over a person over a stretch of 18 holes that by the end of it, you're just glad that the round is over.
See,
there you have it. Dhruv with an unclanned three putt by Manu finds himself 2 shots clear of the lead.
in the space of 5 minutes, he's 2 shots behind now from being in the lead.
Yeah, from being a shot clear, he is now 2 shots behind.
In 5 minutes.
Funnier things have happened in this game, and now it's upon Dhruv to see if he can increase that margin from Manu as he finds himself at the top of the leaderboard too. As they say, change is never good, but sometimes it can be a welcome change in terms of what Dhruv is experiencing right now.
Yeah, at the same time, Gandas does have two opportunities. There are two par threes coming up, so he does have opportunities. There's a par five in the middle, so he has a chance to come back at the same. By the same token, Shoran has that equal number of opportunities to increase his lead because he also is playing the same set of holes, two par threes and a par five in between.
What is the most interesting part is the man behind Dhruv Sharon is Mr. Chari. That means they are behind time because he's got the clock in his hand and we are in for a treat right now. At least the course of play is going to get speeding up. My fellow co-commentator from a few weeks back, sure, I would have loved this feeling. Regular cat and mouse fight between Mr. Chari and Shaurya when he used to play about why he's playing so fast and the rest is not. See, there you have it, Mr. Chari with the walkie and the watch in his hand. Means these boys have to put in fifth gear and march past very quickly.
This will not help Manu Gandas' peace of mind for sure to have the tournament referee sitting with a stopwatch next to him as he tees off.
Depends. Maybe it gives him.
Or could help with his focus.
Yes, it could give him that lesser time window to overthink with what has happened in the previous hole and quickly move on. Not that Manu is that kind of a person, but who overthinks it. But it's always. I mean, I personally feel it's better to have used the exact regular amount of time given, or maybe less, than over, because too many thoughts can just confuse you if nothing else. Well, you have the yardage, you get an idea, fair idea of what the wind is doing, and thereafter you pull the trigger and execute. Is that extra time where you keep standing over the ball, keep hovering over the ball, when the demons of golf come in your brain? Is the ball position okay? Have I calculated the yardage fine? Now the club is correct. Too many variables in this game to disturb a person. Here's a look at hole number 17. Come on, as the clock shows 1 p.m. in the background.
Hello.
Let's see if the player can take just the one shot and drive away with the beautiful Nissan Magnite. It seems to be Jaibir and some very good camera work to catch the ball.
Oh, that's a great shot.
That would have looked so tantalizingly close from where it has been hit and ended up. They're good to see somebody trying to take on dead aim for that beautiful red car in the backdrop. The Nissan Magnite up for grabs for anyone who hits the first hole-in-one of the week. In fact, this car keeps traveling. I mean, not this car per se, but this hole-in-one prize is there on every event this season.
So it's a lot of incentive for
yeah, so if the first 2 days if you've not played well, try and make a hole out. There you have Dhruv has pulled his tee shot on the fifth hole and hit his bunker blast. And that ball kept running and rolling and releasing and ends up at the back tier of the fringe on hole number 15. I would very eagerly await where Manu's golf ball is, because you can see him prepare a pitch mark. That means he's on the green. Interesting times as we've got 4 holes to contend with for the leaders, and 2-shot deficit has opened up between a new leader Dhruv Sharon and Manu Gandas, who's at 11 under par. Rather unfortunate 3-putt bogey on the previous hole, with the great fortune of birdie by Dhruv on hole number 14th has put a difference of 2 shots and change in lead.
Yeah, but here, Aditya, we could find it swing back again towards Manu Gandas, because this is exactly what Dhruv Sharon did not want. Having gained a 2-stroke cushion over his closest rival, he's suddenly in a position to give it all back. Manu Gandas is well placed for a birdie putt, and Sharon is looking at a very likely bogey given the way he's come out of the bunker.
Yes, this is a very tricky par 3, not just because of the length, but because the green is very small and sideways sloping and elevated. So par 3s over this magnificent TNGF Cosmo Golf course are quite challenging.
And Dhruv Sharon does drop a shot here, it will be his first, the first blemish on his card, which is
very. I don't think he would want something like that to happen. That's fine. That's just maybe a foot ahead or foot and a half ahead.
Gets a par out of this. Now depends on what the leader will come away with from here.
Yes, Manu Gandas quickly wrapping it up. on hole number 15th for his par attempt. Well, if Dhruv drops this shot, and what I can only presume, this could be the approach shot by Rohan, and if he holds it, we again have a very close knit top three.
It'll be down to one.
Yeah. These three do not want to separate from each other.
Ole Patel gets this birdie at Ole Patel, and that makes it 11 under.
It's an 11, 11 and 12.
11 and 12 potentially.
Well, we've put in a lot of ideas in the bag. Let's see what transpires. Come on, hit it. He has hit it, but there was a two-way break in it.
Just broke away at when it did not want it to. Looked to be on a good line, but just kind of bent below the last minute.
मैं 18 के होल पे हूँ, ठीक है?
This is the critical putt. Just 3 holes to go after this. What happens now? And it's such a difficult position.
Close मत जाना.
Look at him. He's right up against the collar.
Yeah.
The putter doesn't have space to make a good contact.
Let's see what Shora is up to on the 17th hole. He seems to have missed the green. You see, these par 3s are no cakewalk. They keep troubling the player hell of a lot. Especially in Chennai, the areas right around the fringe, the rough is quite thick and grabs the club head more than usual. So the players have to be very, very cautious and careful that they put in enough acceleration to cater for that heavy rough. Well, on the other side of the globe, as the Denmark Open has made in Denmark started, we have players already gunning, and here's a good luck wish going on for our contenders over there. Shubhankar and Om Prakash will be raising the Indian flag high. Let's see if they can break through and pick up something magnificent at that venue. Now, here's a look at Javier after that beautiful tee shot. Very, very nicely done and well deserved after that sublime tee shot by Javier on the hole number 17th.
Yeah, he will feel relieved. He's all of a sudden his putter seemed to have gone off the boil, and he's dropped 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 shots in between. So he'll be pleased with that.
No wonder Mr. Chari is up with the leaders. As you can see, Jabir has finished his 17th hole versus the leaders, which are just two groups behind them, is still on the 16th. And there you have Dhruv teeing it up on hole number 16th. That's the reason Mr. Chari was there. There's a substantial gap. I'm sorry, I'll change my words. Not was there, is still there in your frames on the left hand side. He's not leaving them. He'll not let them breathe till the time they have made up for that lost time.
So almost you make him sound like a schoolmaster, is chasing boys, naughty boys around around the golf course.
I mean, in our group, we had a name for him. We used to call him Principal has come.
So there you go.
You mind your manners and start behaving very quickly.
Well, that was a nice smooth swing. from Chevron. It's very, one remarkable factor about this course, Aditya, is the number of rain trees. Now, rain trees tend to spread
Yeah,
sideways a lot,
span on top.
very wide
They're like
span.
big bonsais.
Yeah, and which consequently they narrow down your fairways substantially. I'm sure you'll agree because you faced this situation, and they kind of narrow your options down a great deal.
That's the beauty of this golf course. When you're standing off the tee, you see such wide, lush fairways. But if you miss out on those fairways, these trees can give you nightmares.
And because they spread so much, I'm
Yeah,
sure they limit your options also. Your second shot also, if you
the second shots,
come under the tree,
second shots pretty much are bump and
bump
runs.
and runs. Yeah.
Well, for anyone who's just recently joined us, this is round three coverage of the Chennai Pro Championship 2024 being held at TNGF Cosmo Golf Course. Venue is Chennai. The prize purse is 50 lakhs and format is stroke play. This is the third week where the players have been playing consecutively in the beginning of the second leg of the Professional Golf Tour of India. Most of the day's play is done as we find our leaders with a mere three holes stretch of mere three holes left. This can be a very interesting phase of time because these three holes have two par fives and a very daunting par three. So a lot can happen in this as you see Saqib closing out on hole number 18th.
He was a day one leader, and there's a wonderful putt
Yeah,
left
from far out, that's a very good putt.
just below the hole.
It could be his eagle putt because Saqib's not got any issues with the length. And this is a par 5 which most of the field will be able to find in their second shots.
In fact, like you pointed out, unlike the last 3 or 4 holes of the front nine, the back nine gives you plenty of chances to make up because you have a sequence of a par 3 and a par 5 and a par 3 and a par 5. So all 4 holes you can actually pick up, you can make substantial gains.
Yes, and unlike the par 5s on the back nine, you do not have to be, flamboyant by just gunning your driver out on the par 5s because the 16th hole, you cannot hit it. You pretty much cannot hit your driver off the tee shot because there is out of bound lurking, and if you get too close to that fence, you are in extreme trouble. Also, the opening is very narrow, so that's why we saw Dhruv Sharon hit his hybrid just placing the ball into play. Because I think, if I'm not wrong, two hybrids or a hybrid on a 4 iron can make you find the dance floor on the hole number 16th.
So Sudhar Mane, looking at his putt, he's waiting for his playing partner though to clean up. There's a small little cleanup job by Abhinav Lohan there. And now then Mane for his final putt of the day, short little one, 2.5, 3 feet maximum. Still not wanting to take a chance. At least play his 18th and last hole of the third round on a positive note. That was a shocker. He just seemed to have overhit it a bit. Ball went in and spun back out. And it was just barely 2.5 feet. That will not make the big man happy at all. He would have wanted to have just at least buried that putt. And that's things as they stand with the final 3 holes to go. Shoran still a stroke ahead of Manu Gandas, who is in turn a stroke ahead of Rohan Dhole Patil. And between them and the rest, Shaurya Binu now in shared fourth alongside Kshitij Navid Kaul, Shaurya Bhattacharya and Jamal Hussain and Badal Hussain. So the top three, like Aditya pointed out a little while ago, seem to be in one group playing, fighting their own little battle. And down the order, you have the rest who are making good moves. I mean, in fact, this is the young brigade, Aditya, who was on the charge. We have Shaurya Binu, we have Kshitij, Shaurya Bhattacharya, three young men, three young talents, upcoming talents of Indian golf, against two experienced guys from Bangladesh.
What a great shot! ரித்துராஜ் ரொம்ப டயர்டா இருக்கிற மாதிரி இருக்கு. இதோ ட்ரிங்க்ஸ் பிரேக்.
ஆனா இது என்ன பிளஸ் சைன்? அம்ருதாஞ்சன் எலக்ட்ரோ பிளஸ். சோர்வால் ஏற்படும் தாகத்திற்கு செல் லெவலில் ஹைட்ரேஷன் தேவை. அதன் எலக்ட்ரோலைட்ஸ் உங்கள் செல்களை ரீஹைட்ரேட் செய்து எனர்ஜியை மீட்டு தரும். சோர்வை நீக்கிடும், தாகத்தை தீர்த்திடும்.
சோர்வால் ஏற்படும் தாகத்திற்கு அமிர்தாஞ்சன் எலக்ட்ரோ பிளஸ். சோர்வை நீக்கிடும், தாகம் தீர்த்திடும்.
All right, after the zoom in happening on Zamal from far way out, let's see where this ball ends up. That's in a good spot. It's definitely makeable up and down for him. Not the kind of expression which he's giving away, but the amount of talent he has, that should be a relatively easy up and down for him. Not that any player wants to miss out on the green, but if you do, that's not a bad place to be. All right, after a quick swing check by Shaurya on his backswing, let's see where he pulls out the trigger to. I think it's gone way high and right on him. Yeah. I think got the upper grooves of the club and it's gone way too aerial.
I think his initial reaction itself gave away the fact that he was not too pleased with what he has done.
Well, when is a golfer ever pleased with what he's done? Maybe when he follows in suit of David Duval and fires up a 12 under par.
Well, Gary Player always said that Tiger Woods should have just stuck with what he had when he was a golfer at age 19 or 20, and not kept trying to fiddle around with this game, and he would have gone much further than he did. So maybe it's something inbuilt in all you guys. It's in your golfing DNA.
It's
that
not
you keep
golfing.
tinkering.
Think about it. It's human trait. You have to do better. I have to perform. Maybe if you are a sprinter, faster. If you are a high jumper, you go jump longer. Whatever. I mean, human nature.
But there's also this parallel saying: if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So it's two ways of looking at it. But here we have one more example of putting yourself to the test. The closing stages of the Chennai Pro Championship 2024 at the TNGF Cosmo course. The final few groups making their way towards the 18th. And Jabir has just launched his approach at the green. Middling result. Found the center of heart of the dance floor, and he should be happy with that.
All right, Zamal, after that second shot, would like to make and sign off with a birdie on hole number 18th. Zamal's already made a birdie on the previous par 5, 16th. So he's got a. He's already 2 under par for the back nine. So let's see if he can sign up with a 3 or a 4, maybe if he chips it in.
Abhinav Lohan has signed up for the day. 3 under for his third round, and is now 4 behind Dhruv Sharan. 8 under. Dhruv is 12 under, which means Aditya he walked away from the difficult putt on the par three in the 15th with a par. I mean that's a good result.
No, he's made a bogey on that. Remember, he was at 3 under par, 13 and 2 shots clear.
That's right. But he still has a 2 shot advantage.
One shot.
1 shot now.
He still has a 1 shot advantage, which can be
that was a
very big advantage to have at the beginning of day 4. Let's see what happens. We still have 3 holes left, and as we can see, these 3 are playing a different golf course, as all 3 of them are the only people who have broken into double-digit under pars. Lohan's had a interesting round. He's signed off with 3 under par alongside, well, not along anybody, but
in sole fourth place.
He's in sole fourth place, but we have a bunch of people at 7 under par. But the round of the day belongs to Sachin, as he shot 6 under par for today. Big moves. There you have Jabir on hole number 18th, trying to finish up in style, make that, and it will be not to be the case. Small tap in left. Jabir was going great guns in the beginning, but that handbrake stop, full stop, on hole number 6th, perturbed him more than it would have. Yeah, that entire stretch, in fact, starting from 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
That's what's repeatedly tripping up players in the 4 final holes of the front nine seem to be extracting a real toll. So if you walk away from them without too much of damage, I think you would have done a great job. Anybody who walks off with minimum strokes conceded in those 4 or 5 holes would have done a good job. Shaurya Bhattacharya looking to clean up.
Yes, what would seem to be the last shot of the day for Shaurya on hole number 18th is not to be the case. I guess the sun has baked up the greens and made them a little faster because everybody seems to be going substantially ahead with
Very
every
fast.
first part of theirs. If the greens are getting this fast, it will be a very, very interesting day four for us. All right, here's the cleanup act for Shaurya after that first part, which he rammed with a little too hard. And this will mark a close for his round. From the looks of it, Shaurya would end up his round at 1 under par for the day, which will mean 7 under par for the tournament. A tied fifth per se for the moment. All right, here's another look at what has transpired for the pace of play, course of play for today. The leaders of round three. Dhruv Sharon finds himself at the top of the helm at 12 under par. And Manu Gandas is now 11, Rohan at 10, Abhinav at 8, and then four players tied at 7 under par: Shaurya, Kshitij, Shaurya, and Zamal. Sarthak and Sakib both are ninth at 6 under par. Most of the plays is done for the day. We just have a handful of players left on the golf course to call it a day. At the moment, with the submission of scorecard of Abhinav Lohan, the clubhouse leader is at 8 under par, 208 strokes. But we still have round four to contend with. So let's see who's got what it takes to grind out and either stay at top in terms of Dhruv, or rest of the players, can they pip him out from and take this coveted trophy of the Chennai Pro Championship 2024 being held at TNGF Cosmo Golf Course. The prize purse is a whopping 50 lakhs and the format is stroke play. Here's another look at the beautiful Nissan Magnite up for grabs at hole number 17th in terms of if you can make a hole in one. This week we haven't had one, so that means that beautiful beast is up for grabs still. As you can see, all three have piped their tee shots on the hole number 18th in the middle, and it'll be quick green light approach shots coming in from there from all the three players, Badal, Subhash, and Mr. Singh. And the leaders have found their way onto the hole number 17th. They will be having their trials and tribulations for the Nissan Magnite up for grabs as a hole-in-one prize. What's your take, sir? What do you think? Who's going to hold up and take the Magnite?
No one has come closer than 4 feet today.
Yeah, the closest we saw was Jaibir.
Yeah, he was about 3.5, 4 feet.
Yeah, that was 3.5, 4 feet. So yeah, Jaibir was the closest, but the hottest players are still to have a crack at it.
Exactly.
That means the leaders.
The lead group is just reaching the tee box. So if there's someone, but don't forget there's still 18 holes. There are still chances tomorrow. Even if they don't do it today, they might.
I believe I was hearing the commentary for the last week, and somehow I don't know what logic Shaurya used up. It came out to being 1.5% chance of having a hole out every week.
I heard a little bit of that mathematics. I was very impressed with whatever he was doing. I mean, the number crunching was awesome.
Yeah, Shaurya has been to ISB in Panchkula, so he's got a sharp mind. Yeah. I'm sure he would have figured out something to baffle us, or just play with numbers to make us realize that he's right.
Yeah, it was very impressive play of numbers. He just kept chopping, and coming up with percentages, and then quarter.
Okay, let's just call it that 1.5%, according to Mr. Singh. Here's a look at Manu Ganda's on his tee shot on hole number 17th. If Manu is teeing up first, that means something has happened on that hole. And Manu has found the dance floor and is not very far away from the hole. So he'll have a realistic birdie putt. It'll be an interesting watch to see what has happened on that hole. All right, after Manu, it's
Patil has had a triple bogey. Double bogey, I beg your pardon.
Both.
116.
Yes.
And Manu has picked up a shot.
Manu's picked up a shot and
Patil has dropped 2.
Patil has dropped 2 shots on that. Wow. Oh.
So you suddenly have Abhinav Lohan in third.
Yes, you have Abhinav Lohan, Zamal, and Patil, all 3 tied at 8 under par. So if that's the case, and Patil finishes here, then scorecard gone up first would mean Lohan will be in the leader group tomorrow if all stays this way.
If it doesn't change now, yes.
So instead of a 3-man horse race, it is now a 2-man...
2-horse race.
It's a 2-man duo now. Some of the horses are a little further back than they would have liked. At 8 under par is where we see the closest chasing pursuers of our leaders right now. Well, this is the last attempt at the beautiful Nissan Magnite for at least round three. Let's see if it's safe or we have a new driver for that beautiful Nissan Magnite. He's given it a realistic chance, but the ball, after dropping, has spun to the left. So Rowan seems to be the closest of the lot.
Now, that if things don't change too much between now and the 18th, end of the 18th, it means that Dhruv Sharan and Manu Kandas have a good, solid four-shot cushion going into the last day, which is a very good, good place to be.
Yes, it's a substantial. I mean, even a solitary shot is a substantial amount, but four shots is commendable. It will take severe work for the chasing pack to try and gun them down. That's a very good bunker blast by Badal.
So why is he not looking happy? He's look quite unhappy with the result of that shot.
I think it's
Just going by the look on his face.
I think it's the what's transpired over the stretch of 18 holes which has got him a little bogged down than anything else. Badal's got everything. He's got the arm sleeves, he's got the cap, he's got the towel. You can only imagine the amount of heat these players are putting themselves through. Not an easy feat, especially for Subhash. I mean, he comes from the hills.
But he seems to be the most relaxed. You know, he's got the least amount of covering on him. Look at this. Badal is from Dhaka. He should be used to this kind of conditions. It's another very muggy city.
Yeah, it is
Extremely humid over there.
very, very humid in Dhaka. But yeah, you're right. Subhash seems to be.
He's the guy from the mountains who's the coolest.
Subhash isn't perturbed by what's happening. I guess it's an age thing.
That's a very good looking effort there.
Yeah, it comes up a little short for the young man.
This is a long and curling putt. He's coming. It's almost like a
Snake charmer with his piper.
It's like the top of a ball. The whole green is kind of curved every which way. So from where he was to just to tap in distance is pretty good.
Well, as the course of play is near completion, we have a two-way tie at the moment with Dhruv and Manu Gandas. But lots happened. See how Abhinav Lohan has rised up with a 3 under par. Sarthak Chibber is short of 5 under par. The day of then the best scorecard of the day belongs to Sachin. He's at 6 under par. Then we have a few other 5 under pars by Abhishek Kumar and M Dharma. So there are deep reds to be found, but you got to work extremely hard. But if you look at the 6 under par is the lowest somebody's gone, and the difference between the chasing pack and the leaders is 4 shots. So it will take a world of an effort for somebody to gun down these two.
And this young man would want to finish on a positive. He was in the top 10 when we started today, and he's dropped 7 shots in the course of 17 holes.
Yes, Subhash Tamang right now is 5 over par for his day. So, in fact, he has signed up a 5 over par scorecard. So that means he has substantially dropped down. That's the baffling part about this game. It can, without any notice, pull you so hard and so quickly towards the wrong direction that It's not only a head scratcher, could be a nail biter and a very painful experience. All right, so Manu has locked in his par on hole number 17, so not much has changed. I'm very interested to see where is Dhruv Sharon's ball after that tee shot, because I don't think we caught it on camera. Rohan's hit it at a good position. What's happening with Mr. Sharon's golf ball? Where is it?
I think he looked to have gone to the bit to the right.
It's a very tricky spot if he's gone to the right, and you can see Rohan has elected to wait out for that. But on the other hand, Manu, carefree, botherless, has holed
Yeah,
out.
there you go. He went to the right. So again, he's putting off the fringe.
But is it? I'm not sure if this is his second shot on this hole or is this his third shot.
Second.
If this is his second shot, then he should have hit it before Manu. Manu seems to be closer. Oh, beautifully holed out.
No wonder he wanted to wait. Look at that. I mean, if this is worth the wait, wasn't it, Aditya?
Yes, it's definitely worth the wait. But
Lovely conversion.
what is this for? Was it a birdie or was it a par save? We will soon come to know about that. Anytime you hole out from such a distance, it is a very good sign that that means you're reading the greens well, you're holding the putt because your stroke is also supporting it. That's a good feeling to get into when you're especially contending for your very first win and you're at the top of the leaderboard. This flat stick has to quickly start working for him, and that explains a lot of things.
That's a sigh of relief after that. That's double bogey that came on the previous hole. He would be very happy. Definitely.
That's more of a sign of relief than anything of joy, because after a double bogey, if you can make a quick birdie, that is a trademark of a very good player.
His reaction is almost like he's won the tournament.
What is that reaction? Let me play it fast. Let me get ahead with what I have to do. I think that's what that reaction is. Dhruv, after that update, what we just saw, has made a birdie on that. That puts him back to 13 under par, one shot clear of Rohan, Dole, Patil, all three.
This is like a real ping pong battle going on. And Patil has picked up one shot got one.
Yeah, we got two birdies out of the leaderboard. So,
tremendous.
Sorry, off the leader group. That means it is a birdieable hole and on towards hole
one more opportunity
18.
here. Par 5 also is birdie opportunity.
All right, Manu's hit it into the rough on hole number 18, but that shouldn't stop him from trying to have a crack at the green, because the angle where he's entered his golf ball from will still give him an opportunity to at least end it right next to the green, if not on the surface. All right, Dhruv should be pumped up after that tee shot. Generally, a very good driver of the golf ball. Don't feel that there'll be a surprise in store for us with this tee shot on this. That's a quick check of the flagstick where it is.
Something seems to be
either a mobile or a walkie.
Yeah. Something has thrown him off his.
It's all right. The young man's in the lead for the very first time. You can experience a bit of nerves, that just showcasing that at the end of the day, we all are humans. As long as he doesn't let it disturb him, and seems to be happy with it.
Has it tugged it left?
From the reaction, it says yes, it has. But it's a fairly lengthy second shot, so it should not be an issue. Yeah, right to left wind. It's easy for anybody to tuck it a little bit to the left.
And now it's like you've seen, it's blowing. You can see the flag in the background is almost horizontal.
It's
It's blowing
side.
hard, sideways.
This is the kind of wind generally a right-handed player likes. So there's out of bounds on the right, wide enough fairway, par five. You can come out if you're comfortable with your swing. You can come out blazing very hard. Very unique setup for Rohan. Very rarely do you see such kind of a setup. He tees it up really, really high, old school, and sitting back on his heels, is going to launch it really high. I mean, that setup promotes this golf ball will be really, really high. Very interesting finish.
Certainly dancing on his follow through, and he's got a good result out of it, is that?
Yeah, he's in the thick stuff on the left hand side. Where it's better to be on the left hand side on this hole than on the right.
This is Steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something fantastic. Like Pravesh doors that never age, that save our forests, or customizable Artiphone wardrobes that match your personality and are redefining modern homes. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
At 481 yards, definitely reachable. But it seems that all our three leaders have tucked their golf ball onto the left hand side. It will take a little bit of ball maneuvering and a little bit of skill. Who better to do it with people who are at the top of their game for the moment?
I mean, this drone shot, Aditya, it seemed just exactly what I was talking about. These trees spread
Yeah.
so wide sideways that it narrows down the fairway substantially. I mean, you don't feel it like you said. When you're standing on the tee box, looks very wide, but if you stray a little bit left or right, you suddenly find your options have drastically reduced.
Yes, that is absolutely true. Because this fairway plays host to hole number 1 and 18th. Because on 1, you're going the other way from the clubhouse, and on the 18th, you're coming back towards the stretch of the hole. It's a bit of a two-tiered fairway. If you can access that downslope, you're left with like maybe a 7 iron or a 6 iron. I remember that. I don't know what's happening this week, but so definitely a reachable hole, unless you are interrupted with your swing in some kind of a fashion or not. I think all three players are in a reasonably okay position to attack the green.
Everybody seems to be going to the left, so
Yeah, because there's out of bounds lurking on the right side. So left will be a favorable miss on this hole.
मेरा एक नंबर है ना कैमरा அங்க போட்டுருங்க
Well, Dhruv is in a precarious situation because he's going to move that ball quite a bit. But in general, Dhruv is a guy who likes to move the ball right to left. So let's see what kind of a movement he's going to pick on that. Now, what's interesting is where is the golf balls of more so Manu Gandas and even Rohan. Rohan after that birdie will have a bit of a spring in his step because now he is 4 shots away from the leader.
Fortunately for the leader, it is a par 5, so he can limit the damage to. If he doesn't pick up a shot, he can at least keep it down to a par at worst. It does give him the enough.
Yes, I mean
flexibility to.
Ideal situation, he should try and give himself to a specific yardage which he likes, and then try and green light it for a birdie on his third shot. Now I am very much interested in what is happening with Mr. Gandas's golf ball. There you have the live leaderboard moving along with the leaders. You can see their scores: Dhruv at 13, Manu at 12, Rohan at 9. Very, very crucial time for this young man. Let's see what he has to do.
Yeah, that's
I
good.
mean,
It's not a good space, whatever it is. I mean, his options are quite limited. I
he
mean,
has to keep it low,
yeah.
and from the looks of it, he's aligned extremely towards the right hand side of the fairway and will want to curve it a bit. Well, we'll soon see what's happening because Manu is looking vertically up while he's making that swing. So I think he'll try and figure out a way to flight that golf ball because that trees which we've been mentioning about will be troubling him. You see those trees hanging in front?
Definitely in the way.
Visually, it's not something which is disturbing him, but you cannot predict the jumper you will get out of a flare lie, as they say in golf. But he's got a.
So if you're playing from such a thick rough, Aditya, and you want to shape the ball, does it affect your shot? Does it affect your shot making in any way? Or
Of course, it will affect because before the ball, you're going to grab a sizable amount of blades of grass, which can make hell of a difference. When the grass is stuck between the grooves and the ball, the spin factor goes away. A lot of side spin goes away. Your start position gets disturbed. Too many variables. One thing which you can consistently think of it is that it will get a higher apex than you would have wanted.
yeah, he's played safe and done a good job of it. I think
Yeah, Manu's laid it up to the front edge of the
just
green.
below the
Not a bad
green.
idea. There's a slightly elevated green, so where the flag is right now, I think Manu's done a great job to give himself a very realistic up and down to catch up with the leader. Let's see where Mr. Shevon's golf ball has ended up.
Yeah, that is what we're waiting to see. Dole Patil seems to be in a somewhat similar position to Manu Gandas, but even closer to the trees. So he's got even fewer options. At
From
least
the looks of it, Rohan will have to go lower
low,
and
long bump and run kind of shot.
yeah, extreme long bump and run. It's not bump and runs are not easy on the Chennai track because the grab in the fairway is way stronger than any of the other venues which we go to. I mean, if you will get into a topic of discussion, the blades of grass in Chennai are much wider than the rest of the places. I think it's more of the conditioning.
Thick grass.
They're thicker, maybe heavier also.
Is it because of the seaside that tends to be the natural vegetation when you're
Not only seaside. If you look at what's happened in Chennai with the flooding over the last few years, I guess the natural vegetation has developed its unique system of getting a little, heavier and wider to sustain it. We all saw what happened a few years ago in Chennai when entirety of Chennai was underwater. Now let's see what Rohan has elected to get about doing it. It looks like he's going to run it up. Yeah, he's looking low and straight, so.
He's launched it.
I think he's moved it. He's tried to move it right to left, but we'll soon get to know where that golf ball is headed. That's the exact trouble we were discussing about. You try to move a ball too much from the rough, and the blades hamper that movement. I think that's what's happened. He was looking for a high hook or a high draw, but the ball never came back in.
Yeah, especially like you pointed, the blades, grass blades are that thick. They can cushion your shot or change your shot completely, can't they?
Right, Dhruv's got the putter in his hand. What's happening? Is he hit his third shot? We'll soon come to know because he's brushing the blades of grass and he's got a putter in his hand. It didn't seem like his second shot made it to the green.
If he did from that lie where he was under the trees and with the boards in front of him and the bunkers, very, very good second shot.
Very, very good. It's an exceptional very shot from there.
But he definitely has the putter in his hand. But why is he walking off the green?
He's got the putter in his hand and Rohan. Okay. Alright, Rohan's got a reasonable, easy up and down. Who's that PGA Tour player who has a very uncanny ball swing when he finishes? I think some player finishes in a very different way. I'll just research and let you know tomorrow. Here's the approach shot from Manu. Come on, that's brilliantly done.
Shot.
That's brilliantly done. It's a mere formality for him to tap that in for a birdie and position himself at 13 under par. Got a very, very calm, collected brain on his shoulders, which is why he's won so many times. Alright, here's Rohan. A bit of a thick, juicy stuff. Well, he's flighted up high enough. And he's also hit it very, very nicely.
Even better shot than the previous one.
Yeah. Well, towards the closing hole, he seems to have found his mojo. Birdie on 17th and almost birdie on hole number 18.
So where's the leader? I mean, that's the question, and we're still trying to figure out, right?
Leader is still trying to figure out what the break is going to be.
He still has that putter in hand, which means he's on in two, or close to the green in two.
Maybe he's hit his third shot and he's just waiting for these guys to finish up in the third shot and he's closer.
Awesome. No.
He has to be on the green because this is not a preferred lie. This week we are not playing preferred lie.
So he's on the collar.
Yeah, he's on the green. He's comfortably on the green. Now, had his ball already been on the green, we would have noticed it. This has to be his third shot. After 3 shots, he's found it here. For the viewers who are joining us, this is live coverage of round 3 of the
Chennai Pro Championship 2024.
And we are near completion of round 3, and this is a very good attempt from Dhruv on hole number 18. So that means he will make par on this hole, and we will have a two-way tie at the top, which is Dhruv Sharon at 13 under par, and Manu will quickly join him up after making his birdie, which is somewhat of a formality only, and will join him at 13 under par. Well, he seems to be happy about it.
He has a pleased smile on his face.
He should be. He shot 5 under par today, chasing the leaders, and he's done very well for himself. In fact, if I'm not wrong, Dhruv had a bit of misfortune last week. He missed cut on last tournament, and now he's got his eyes set on the number 1 spot if he can keep going this way for the next 18 holes, which will be round 4 coverage tomorrow on these portals. For anybody who is looking forward to catch what's happening in Chennai, you can join up, log into the various portals of AVP, Eurosports, Professional Golf Tour of India, and get a bird's eye perspective of what's happening. Rohan cleans up for his.
Good wrap up.
That's a good up and down for him. And since everybody is moving forward, I don't think even Manu has wasted time. Customary handshake, acknowledge, and this draws us to the close of round 3. And from the looks of it, we will still have Dhruv and Manu at 13 under par, and Rohan after that birdie will find himself at 10 under par. So this will still be the leader group tomorrow for round 4. And stay tuned tomorrow at the same times at the same portals for the final closing of the Chennai Pro Championship 2024 being held at TNGF Cosmo. Dhruv will be looking to make his first major title under his bag as a professional golfer. And if Manu has anything to say about it, this will be his second tournament win this season. He won the inaugural tournament in Tollygunge, came very close twice. In fact, just last week he was second. So everybody's got their guns blazing, shining, and let's see what happens. Stay tuned for tomorrow and enjoy the rest of the evening.